Hello, everyone. Let's get this party started today. We'll call to order. We'll start with the pledge. Aaron? Then we'll have the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Invocation by Lynn Fritz, Native American tradition.
Yes, please stay standing. And this is my friend Joey Carroll, native flute. I lit one tiny small leaf instead of the entire stick. So we're all grateful for that. So I invite us to, if you're comfortable, to close your eyes and to take a long, slow, deep breath in together. And that relaxing exhale. As we offer the smudge, we stand together in honor of the original people. We honor their resiliency, their capacity to survive and learn to thrive. So here now in this gathering, we recognize the Wintu people. And as we offer this prayer and blessing, we also offered it in honor of them. So Grandfather Sky, Grandmother Earth, to all the two-legged and four-legged, the winged creatures, the rocks and minerals, to all the plant life, to the insects and reptiles, to the life that fills our waterways, to the life-giving energy of water itself. We honor and speak a blessing. We recognize that all of life is interconnected. No matter where we are in the scheme of things in this lifetime, we are all brothers and sisters. And so we honor our ancestors and our teachers and those who have served our community in many capacities. We support and honor our elected officials and those who are employed to serve to create well-being within our community. We offer the spirit of peace, the spirit of collaboration, the spirit of beauty, a place where people are safe, a place where families can thrive, where we can listen to each other with respect, even when we disagree. There's a place for all. So we give thanks for the opportunity to gather and to share ideas and co-create the things in our community that benefit us all. We give thanks. We speak this prayer and blessing to every household within our community, across our county, our state, our nation, the one ocean, to our global community, and to the starry heavens and beyond. We speak this prayer and blessing of peace, health and wellness, beauty, giving thanks to all our relations. Oh, thank you. You may be seated.
No. All right. Yes, please. Ms. Shar. Turn it up.
Okay, there we go. Councilmember Audette,
Ready.
Danuka,
Present.
Lata,
Here.
Resner,
Present.
and Mayor Munz.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. All right. If anyone wishes to address the city council on any item considered at this meeting before or during the council's consideration of that item, please enter your name in the electronic kiosk located in the lobby. City council will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for each agenda item. Staff reports are available online at the city's website, cityofreading.gov, and in the public view binder located on the podium, the north side of the chambers. You said we had 8, but I only see 3 up here. Yeah. All we have is 3?
Mayor, we do have a presentation as item
Yeah,
2.
okay, we'll do that first. Yep. Presentation by Lori Baker, CEO, Redham Tourism Marketing Group. Thank you, Lori.
Thanks, Mayor, City Council. Just want to say, my name's Lori Baker. I am the current CEO of Choose Reading Lodging, and I will be stepping down, taking a job with less responsibility. We're currently looking for somebody to replace me. We'll probably be able to announce that in a few weeks. So I am here probably giving my last presentation to you, but I also want to say it's been an honor to serve Reading for the last 15 years and the lodging properties. I've thoroughly enjoyed my job, and I'm still looking forward to continuing to serve, even though I'll be in a more supportive role than a leadership role. One of the things I wanted to talk about is a lot of people are still confused. Who's Choose Reading? Why are we here? What do we do? And so a while back when Visit Reading went under the chamber, the two of us had to figure out how we're going to work because the lodging properties said, you know, this is our money, it's not tax money, we're going to keep it and promote our properties, you know, our way. And then so we had Visit Reading. So the two of us have had to work together. It took us a while, but we work together. They do leisure and we do groups. So that's kind of what I'm going to show you about today is what we've done with groups, where we're going, and just a few other small things. But while we were going through that transition and coming up with a new URL and a new website and all of that, we were giving money to local events to support them. And so we gave over, there we go. So over this time that we were planning and working the last couple, 2 and 2.5 years, we've been able to help quite a few local events to support them and help them grow, hopefully, so that we can, as citizens, have a lot more events. Now, we've also been supporting our larger annual events as well. So that's what here is just some, what should I say, logos from those larger events. So we help the smaller and we help the larger. Now, while we were doing that, we've finally been able to plan and bring in. It takes a long time. You have to find who you want to invite. You have to court them. You have to show them around and get them set that they want to bring their event here. And it takes money to bring the events here. They don't come free. So we've been helping the local events, and now we're being able to invite the larger ones and pay that money to bring them here. So Ironman 70.3 Northern California is coming, as you know. We also have Soccer Management Company. They are a baseball, softball, I'm not sure, it's both, in the Midwest. And this is the first time they've been in California to play, and they're going to come here, so that's pretty exciting. Then we were also able to get the Salmonoid to come back and come here. That's going to be about 1,600 room nights when they bring their convention here, so that's a good thing. And then AJGA, I don't know if you're golfers, but anybody who's a golfer knows that it's a very prestigious golf tournament. And so we're excited about that because all of these are large enough, especially Ironman and AJGA, they're large enough that they're going to be televised. It's going to put Reading on the map. We're going to get a lot of leisure tourism because people are going to see who we are and what we do. Believe it or not, it's hard to tell people we're wonderful. We have to get them here. Then they see we're wonderful. So we're excited about that we brought these. Now, I'm going the wrong way. Let's try this again. There we go. So we created a small little video so that the Ironman contestants can see what it's going to be like when they come here. And this is on the Ironman website. And it's without sound. Look at the beautiful video, no sound. But this is showing people, this is where you're going to swim. This is where you're going to transition. This is where you're going to ride. And this is your view and what you get to see and be a part of. So that's what the short little video is showing them on the Ironman website. And then we just show a few things about us, just to show them who we are. We have Mount Shasta, we have our National Recreation Trail. We just show different parts of Reading just to show them what a beautiful place, and they should want to come here and race. So registration is open, and every Ironman 70.3 has been booked. They don't usually have, they're not usually pushing to try and get people to register. They're usually booked. So we should do very, very well. So there's that. And then, so with this contracted, these events that we brought, we have contracted to be able to bring an additional 11,400 room nights for 2026. And the way the time chart goes is that first we'll have the Salmonoid group in February, which is a time of year that we need those TOT tax dollars coming in that time of year. And then we'll have our golf and I think I said baseball, softball before, and it's soccer. And then we have Ironman. So those are all set, and we're gonna have 6,600 attendees with those that are booked. And then we're negotiating several other large events to come in, and they're gonna bring another 12,400 attendees if we can land those like we've landed the others. And so 2026 should bring in a lot of money for Reading, and it should be great for our sales tax and our local businesses and TOT. So just a little bit about what we've done in the past, just a few things. We have several brochures that we print and send out to people who want more information. And last year we distributed 70,000 brochures. This year we anticipate sending out 50,000 brochures, and you can kind of maybe ask why the drop. It's because Visit Reading took their trails brochure and their visitor's guide and they put them into one. And so that means we won't be distributing two in different places, just one, which is great. But we help with them, we partner with them, and we pay for those brochures and pay to distribute them. So they do the design work. At the Sacramento Airport, there is a large billboard that talks about coming to Reading. And again, we're groups only, not leisure. So we'll tell them, bring your meetings, bring your events to Reading. And then we also have space on each of the carousels for the luggage. We're going to change that out and we'll promote Ironman in Sacramento. But we're in the middle of the design work and we'll be getting that up soon. This chart's not real happy, but the stuff I showed you is going to fix this. So occupancy's been dropping. TOT's up. The hoteliers have kept their prices up. And that's why TOT has been up, but their occupancy has been dropping. And normally, historically, what they do is when their occupancy drops, they start trying to take business from each other by dropping prices, and they didn't do that. So we've been doing very, very well. But with all these new groups coming, it should, keeping those rates high and bringing that occupancy back up, it'll really help the revenue coming into Reading. It'll be a very good 2026, 2027. This is something, the soccer park video, we have on a large soccer organization website down in the Fresno area. They're also talking about coming up here and bringing their soccer tournament up here. But it's great to get show people what our soccer field is like in other areas where they're very heavy with soccer. So show you that. And again, no sound. It's really nice with the sound. But Kenny Breedlove has been a wonderful partner. Love working with him. We're really excited about the fields because these fields are special. And it just froze on us. These fields are special compared to just regular turf, and you know that. So it's been fun to be able to show this. Tim will show this video also when he's out selling. We don't go to leisure trade shows, but we go to those where the groups are looking for where they want to bring their group. And so he will show them this when he's meeting with them. And then same thing, he'll show our Reading Sports Park as well to those potential people and to show them what we have here that they can bring their groups here. This one we don't have on anybody else's website yet. I have to talk because there's no music. And somebody else's website yet, but we have it on our YouTube and our website. And again, Tim uses it when he's selling. He's done a great job for us out there. It's been a good addition to the team. It's a great team. They're good people, have good heart, and they have a lot of passion. So just real quick, we all know this is just a bit about the tourism, inspiration. That's where our marketing comes in. It's amazing in tourism. Print is still king in tourism because you flip through, you give you inspiration, then they start looking at, maybe I'll consider this or that. Then they plan, and during that phase is when we're doing all of our digital work. And then they book, they visit, they tell other people about it. So that's the tourism cycle that we all know, and it works well. And we do our part in each of those phases to make them happy when they're here, give them inspiration, get them to book. So the last slide here is if everybody could indulge me here, you can bring out your phones and do that QR code. We are doing with the new CEO that's coming in, I want to set them up for success. And so we are doing the resident sentiment study. We want our residents to tell us, what do they feel about tourism? What's good, what's bad, what do they know, what do they not know? Because when I stepped in, I didn't have that. And I would like to have the new CEO to have a foundation of this is the things that we need to work on, or these are the things that people like or they don't know. It'll just help them as they start to build their own partnerships and friendships within our community. So if we can get as many people to do this as possible, and anybody who does do it, if you don't want to do it now, if you go to choosereading.com or upstatecalifornia.com, the surveys are there. And if you can forward them on to other people, that would be fabulous. We'd very much appreciate getting all the information we possibly can. So that's just it in a nutshell, some things we've done and things we're planning and where we're going with groups, because that's what we do is at Choose Reading is groups. That's it.
Lori, I've known you for a lot of years, and I just wanted to thank you for all your contributions you've done to the community and what you've added. Pretty awesome. You're going to be really missed in that role. Would want to point out I am registered for the Ironman, and I expect to finish first in my age group. And it's a missed opportunity to not use me in your marketing because my endorsement deals are going to rise once people find out that I win.
We're going to have to do that. We'll just have to feed you right into our marketing plan.
But that's a pretty neat event coming up. And
yeah, we're
what
excited.
a great thing to come here. So
yeah.
He's looking for a swimmer, a runner, and a biker to help him.
Probably 2 swimmers, 2 bikers, and 2 runners.
Count me out. Thank you,
Thank
Laurie.
you.
Great work.
Thank you, Laurie.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go with public comment. Carla Reed, Christopher Enriquez, and Nick Garner. You're third.
Where she just was.
Yep, right up the top there.
Whichever one you prefer.
Okay. I received a notice 3 weeks ago that the property at 7251 East Side Road designation was to be changed to public facilities or institutional, and rezoning it to the public facilities. Today, you are rezoning it to grazing. This morning, a contract was awarded by Shasta County to Nichols, Milberg, and Rosetto for the architecture and engineering services for the Corrections and Rehabilitation Campus project. My neighborhood that borders 721 Eastside Road, with over 90 homes, has only one street, River Ranch Road, into our neighborhood, and only 2 exits over the railroad tracks, and no traffic lights to access 273. In an emergency, we would end up like paradise with no escape. Eastside Road is in constant need of pothole repairs from the industrial traffic that already utilizes it. All of our homes use wells for our water and have leach fields. Construction in this field will probably contaminate our wells, or worse, render them unusable so we will not have water for our homes. The use of pesticides at the proposed farm could be detrimental to our neighborhood. We have enjoyed the fact that we are hidden away and most people not being aware of our neighborhood, but this will end once a jail is built. Some of us are retired, and this is our life investment. Once a jail is built, the value of our homes will plummet. There are families just starting out with young children. Right now, they play in their yards and the street with the knowledge that they are safe. This will end once a jail is built next to their houses. The school bus picks them up on the street, and it is dark in the wintertime while they wait, sometimes alone. This security will be broken, as there will be people with criminal intent now entering our neighborhood. We all brought our properties with the expectation of being in a rural setting. We are able to enjoy the stars and night sky. The lighting for a jail will create light pollution, and this will disappear for us. It is quiet, and you can hear the frogs croak at night. A jail will bring noise pollution possibly 24 hours a day. We can sometimes hear the dogs barking at Haven Humane or the traffic from I-5 on a clear night, so the sound does not carry a long way, and the jail will be much closer. This field is teeming with wildlife that uses the field for access to the Sacramento River. There is a bald eagle pair that nests in the area. What is to become of them, as the river is vital to their survival?
All right, thank you. Christopher, you're up. Nick Garner, you're on deck, and Margaret Cantrell, you're in the hole. Using baseball terms.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me up here. My name is Christopher Enriquez. I live on Rivercrest Drive, which is near this proposed property. I'm addressing you today regarding the planned rezoning for 7251 East Side Road. There's a proposal that this property be utilized for the new Shasta County Day Center and the Shasta County, or by the Shasta County Sheriff's Department. Shasta County Sheriff Johnson has stated the objective is to create a campus that is large enough to accommodate a robust and diverse alternative custody program serving low-level, quality of life, nonviolent offenders. I wish to express my strong opposition to changing the zoning of this property for the development of an ACP facility, which is slated to evolve into a jail and to house a male community reentry program facility, all of which will be affecting my and my neighbors' quality of life. This property is in close proximity to and abuts several residential properties and streets serving the neighborhood I live in. This neighborhood consists of numerous families with children, as well as elderly residents who've lived in the neighborhood for many decades. I am concerned with the safety of these residents, the safety of my own family, and of the neighborhood. Along with the safety concerns of the neighborhood I live in, I have to also question why this property was chosen above other available properties. There are no services located within this area that can support or enhance the proposed day center. Emergency service stations, ambulance, fire, are all over 4 miles away. Law enforcement, the Sheriff's Department, their own station, is even further away than that. Other considerations would be water, sewer, septic, and the environmental impact on the Sacramento River. Groundwork needed for such a facility during and after construction is most likely going to cause runoff into the Sacramento River, with environmental impacts upon the diverse flora and fauna of the area. Other properties identified in the original proposal by Sheriff Johnson include acreage off Airport Road south of Highway 44. This area is not adjacent to, nor does it abut, a residential community. Additionally, it would have better access for services that could support a large facility, as well as not being located next to a river. In closing, I'm against the rezoning of the property at 7251 East Side Road. Changing the zoning from heavy industrial and parks to a public facilities institutional is, well, I believe there's better alternative locations exist, and those locations have been identified. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, Margaret Cantrell on deck, and loss of property values, whoever you are. You're on third up.
There's a Shasta County / Reading family whose 12-year-old daughter wanted to transition to be a male. The parents were against it, and the child has been removed from the home, and the parents can't contact her or anything. The mother is going to be on Poke the Hornet's Nest Sunday at 8 o'clock. Jack, I really thought it was chicken manure the last meeting I was in here, the end of October, when you wouldn't let Tanessa use her PowerPoint she worked so hard to put up there. It seems like you just make the rules as you go along, and I'm disappointed one of you three others didn't stick up for her and insist that being put up there. She did a wonderful job, although she was handicapped. And another thing I didn't think too much of, Jack, is when you went off about the CalPERS. I'm going to quote you here. We talked a lot about the unfunded liabilities. Well, no, we didn't. I just brought it up. If you have a problem with the unfunded liabilities, go put on a uniform, put on a bulletproof vest, put on a gun belt. Every door you go to, every stop you make could be your last. And unfunded liabilities is just part of the business that we have to go through. It's just the truth about it. Well, the fact of the matter is, I suspect, excluding the police, none of these people out here put on a bulletproof vest and put on a gun and worry about getting shot or going through a door every day. So, you were just kind of way out there on that, in my opinion. And the reason I brought it up is because CalPERS is your financial advisor. Listen to this. CalPERS, which manages California State Employee retirement accounts, recently lost $370 million out of $410 million invested on green energy stocks. My complaint is, why are we taxpayers paying for your losses on your retirements? That was my point there. And if you really wanted to do something for the city of Reading, why don't you go back in history as you're a police officer in Reno and tell them how they used to send the derelicts over here from Reno. Maybe we could get a hold and get rid of them sending homeless and mentally ill people to our community.
Mark, you're up, and loss of property. And then Paul Schrum, you're in the hole.
Good evening. After reading Tanessa Audette's report on the finances of the city of Reading, I'm very concerned. It looks to me like we have a royal mess, and I think it would be good if you folks saw to it that an outside audit was done of our books. We, the people, have the right to know what you're doing with our money. Tax money isn't yours, it's ours, and we're your boss. So I'm telling you, I want an outside audit.
Is there somebody in the room represented by loss of property? All right, we'll skip that one. Paul Schrum, you're up. Oh, wait. Is that Paul? Are you Paul? Okay. Yeah, no worries. And Jeff Irvin, you're up next. And Leslie, you're third.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for hearing us. We were apprised of the project on East Side Road in just the last few weeks and came to understand it's been in process for a couple of years. So it's nice to finally find out. I did a little quick fifth grade arithmetic, and it seems like our neighborhood would be contributing approximately $9 million in lost property value to fund this project that, though it started out as a great deal, $1, I guess, was transferred from city to county or vice versa to purchase this 90-acre deal. But I do believe there are many other better suited pieces of real estate for this project than to be plopped into a neighborhood. We have friends with young children whose property lines will be meeting this 90-acre parcel. And given the nature of who's going to be living there, I would not want to be in that property in our neighborhood with little children. Peace and safety has already been mentioned about why many people live in that neighborhood. And it's quiet, it's peaceful. I live a very busy life. When I come home, it's nice to be able to relax and not have to worry about who's climbing my fence. We already have enough of that, and that'll just only increase. But the biggest thing to me, well, not the biggest, but one of them was property values will plummet. It's not a rich neighborhood to start with, and so any hope of someday moving out of there with anything in your pocket is greatly reduced. And I just think that it's not very kosher for this neighborhood to have to foot the bill to about $9 million in an approximated property value reduction. Thank you.
Mayor Munns and members of the council. I was here last month making the case for a rent stabilization ordinance, and I believe we handed out or gave you people, you folks, a copy of the Golden State Mobile Home Owners League Anatomy of a Rent Stabilization Ordinance, which is actually answered some of my own questions. I was detailing for you last month how our bottom line had gone up some 12% in 1 year. And that was very alarming, of course, because our income is not going up anywhere near that amount. So the ordinance, we're here to request that you please put an item on an upcoming city council agenda for the consideration of this. We have now new members. We've been able to expand. We have 9 people here this evening from 4 different parks. And so we're gaining some traction with this idea because it's something that we all really need. So I'm hoping you've had a chance to look at this. We're forming this chapter, a Reading chapter of GSMOL. And we're engaged in Zoom meetings with some of the people that represent different communities around the state. And these rent stabilization ordinances, as I mentioned last month, exist in other places. And we believe that the city of Reading needs one. One of my concerns last month, as I detailed the rapid increase of our bottom line, was capital improvement pass-throughs and property tax pass-throughs. And there is an idea in this that tells you how that would be dealt with in terms of amortizing those payments or spreading it out over a longer period of time to make it affordable for us. So please consider having that on the agenda soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Leslie, and then Tim.
Good evening. I would have loved to have been at your meeting last Friday. I appreciate you guys doing things that include the public. I really wish more of the public would have shown up. I think there was like 2 people. Unfortunately, as you can hear, I was under weather and did not want to share my cooties with the general public during that time. So I cannot be at every meeting. I really wish more people would have gone. I put out a social media post saying, here's the details, please go. But we need more people involved on the daily to be able to hold you guys accountable. I really appreciate those of you who are working with us to provide transparency to the community, to really be good elected officials. And I really look forward to next election cycle where we can hopefully get 2 other people up there to support Tanessa Audette in the work that she's doing. But why do we not have a financial oversight committee on the agenda? Why was Tanessa not allowed to present her PowerPoint? Why are you so scared of this meeting going longer than an hour and a half, 2 hours, and hearing actual things that might fix our city? Guess what? Measure A didn't pass. You don't have a bailout. So maybe you want to look at actual fixes, actual solutions, not how can we pretend the last however many budget cycles didn't happen. We can pretend that imaginary balloon that is giving us inflated numbers and messing up all of our future projections is not in there because we don't want to look at her slideshow that might show that there was actually a situation that created this whole thing where we could have a solution and fix it. Why are we scared of that answer? We shouldn't be, but we are. Instead on the agenda are things like pet projects, like Turtle Bay. Let's dump more money into the riverfront project property. I don't know, I wrote it down. I'm not reading my notes very well, okay? Let's look at all these things that we've been working on for so many years that aren't actually furthering us. You want to talk about, oh, we want it all. We want parks, we want roads, we want all this, and act like you're the good guy, but you're not addressing those issues when you don't want to look at the actual reason why we have a deficit. So it's time to start acting like elected officials that work for the public so that we can all work together with the county, with the constituents, with everybody to make Reading the most beautiful place in the world, because it is. But we have to address the homeless population. We have to address the 13,000 plus people that we heard about today that are on drugs in the city of Reading, okay? Let's work together. But we can't do that till there's transparency and real oversight.
Tim, you're up.
Mayor, can I just ask the city manager, acting city manager, could you please tell us when this financial oversight committee is going to be on agenda?
So in-house, we've been working on the structure options for that. So we're hoping to bring it in on December 2nd.
Okay. So let's make sure that it's on December 2nd, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tim.
Good evening, Tim Saunders, city resident. Public servants, I'm here to ask you to do your jobs. Find your integrity, get an outside audit of the financial situation. This is a joke, okay? This is a small community here. I've met all of you outside of this chamber. We need fiscal accountability, regular accounting, and the salaries of some of the director level people here in Reading, that's ridiculous. 400,000 plus a year for a bureaucrat. I mean, that does not fit the budget of our community. And you guys all know that. So find solutions, find your integrity, have an audit, and face reality. Thank you.
All right. Now we'll move on to consent agenda. Consent item contains calendar. The calendar contains items considered routine and/or which have been individually scrutinized by city council members and are anticipated to require no further deliberation. If a member of the public wishes to address an item on the consent calendar, please enter your name in the electronic kiosk located in the lobby before the consent calendar is considered. It shall be the prerogative of any council member before the consent calendar is acted upon to, 1, comment on an item, 2, respond to any public comment on an item, 3, request the record reflect an abstention or nay vote on an item, or 4, remove an item and place it on the regular portion of the agenda for delivery of a staff report and/or an extended discussion or deliberation. Have anyone wanting to pull or make a motion? Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to pull 4D, 4E, and 4.6A.
4D. Say it again, 4D, 4E?
Yeah, D as in David, E as in elephant, and then 4.6, A as in awesome.
4.6A. All right. Very good.
Did you make a motion to approve the others?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. All right. We have, Councilmember Audette, you want to wait till the end?
Yeah.
Or you talk, okay. Carla Reed. Adam Segerson,
Didn't they already speak?
you'll be next. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just have one question, and it's about the rezoning of the parcels at 7251 East Side Road. I want to know why you need to rezone the parcel for grazing, as that is the only thing that the field has been used for since 1986, when I bought my house, and there are no cows there at the present time. Is there an answer for that?
Yeah, so I can answer that. So this property has been leased to the county, and there used to be grazing that happened there. And when we leased it to the county, it no longer had that lease attached to it. So they're asking that the grazers can come back and they can sublease it to those grazers to come in and do some grazing. It's not being zoned for grazing. It's just we're allowing grazing. We're allowing the county to contract with a grazer to bring cows in to graze, if that makes sense. We're not rezoning it for grazing.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it was kind
And
of
I would-
unclear, so that's why.
Totally, that makes complete sense. And I would also say that Jason Gablitzko, if you can, Jason, will you stand up? If anybody that had a comment about this and wanted to have some more information about what's happening with this item or just about that property in general and the lease to the county, I would say Paul also, that'd probably be good. He'll go out with you if you'd like to talk to him about that. He can give you just some basic details about what's happening with that. Because it's not been years and years, but it has been maybe 6 months of this, so.
So you're voting on it tonight, then?
It's already been, this is to allow the county to. Sublease grazing on the land, and yes, we're voting on that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Mayor and
Yeah,
Councilmember,
go
also, I
ahead.
think it might be important to understand that I believe there was also a rezoning letter sent by the Development Services Division for notifying that neighborhood of that potential rezone of the property. That will not be actually considered by Planning Commission until after January 1st. So that letter did go out, and then they had to take some additional time with that noticing, and so it's going to take a little bit more time for it to actually occur. So it'll be after the first year before they see Planning Commission.
So are those separate issues?
Those are two separate issues.
So,
So-
but, okay,
Yeah, so,
totally. Yeah,
Yep.
totally.
The county just awarded the contract for a jail, so
Totally. Jason anybody that has any questions, I think Jason can help with that as well.
Adam Sigerson? And Scott? And Steve Cohen, you're third up.
This is off of 401C.
Yes, up there is fine.
Hi, thank you for me allowing the time to address the council. I'm here today to ask you guys not to approve that amendment for that lease agreement. I am under the belief that the intentions of amending that lease agreement is so that they can further the agenda of putting that correctional campus in place. I'm also here because I wanted to make the council members aware, as I've spoken to many public officials, and you've heard from my neighbors, many public officials that I've spoken to were unaware that this correctional campus is going to be placed next to a residential neighborhood. They're all under the assumption that it's going to be next to New Haven Humane Society, and we have had no consideration as far as our neighborhood and the impact that is going to have on us. So I know that they're telling you that it's to allow for the grazing of ranchers right now, but we believe this would be a loophole to move the agenda forward to allow this day center, which is going to have grazing animals, chickens, and other barn animals there on site, not to mention a 1,200-bed jail facility that the architecture firm is in the progress of designing right now as they had it approved by the Board of Supervisors. It's been great concern for us because we felt like no consideration has been made for us. I understand you guys aren't the Board of Supervisors, but they have pushed this agenda forward. So I'm here asking you guys not to amend that lease agreement and to stop any further agenda that the Board of Supervisors pushes forward on this matter until it can be properly addressed by the people that is directly impacting. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Steve Cohen, you're up on deck.
Good evening. My name is Scott, and I live in the River Ranch neighborhood. And I am here tonight to ask that we don't have that property rezoned down there. I moved in the property over 25 years ago. I raised 2 children in that neighborhood. We're hoping that some of our children will move back into that neighborhood now that they're done with college. This seems to be a lot of things we don't understand about this project right now and how the deals went down. We're just asking to please give some consideration to moving this project. We have almost 100 homes down there. We are all on septic. There's a lot of stuff down there by the river. There's a lot of riparian habitats down there. We're just asking that you please consider to not zone this property so it can be handed over to the county for a 1,400-bed jail. That's pretty much our concerns living down in the neighborhood. It's been a nice, peaceful neighborhood. When I first heard about this over a year ago, or about a year ago, I always assumed that once you went over those railroad tracks, you would go left, and that's where the jail would be, because that's where the city of Reading is and all the other city of Reading infrastructure and stuff. A few weeks ago, some of the neighbors in that community received a letter there would be some rezoning, and a lot of us are concerned that's the first step into letting that facility go down there. We're not opposed to change. I work in the community in Reading every day. There's a lot of bad people that are in and out of the streets, and I'm concerned that if there's like 484 beds in the jail now, why would we be building a facility that has 1,200 or 1,400 beds? Are we bringing people from out of our community in? Are those going to be the same people that we release from the facility than we see out on Churn Creek? We see out on Cypress. We see them over there downtown by the jail, by the post offices, by the Target. It just seems like maybe we need to pump the brakes on this and consider a different location. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Scott. All right. Steve, you're up, then Chris Bagley.
Good evening, council, staff, community members. I'm speaking to the lease agreement for grazing. It's critical and very important, and that's all it is. It's not doing anything else to the property, but allowing it to continue to be grazed. And that is critical on that 90 acres. People may not remember, but about 15, 20 years ago, a transformer exploded on the north side of that property and fire burned through that 90 acres and into the green belt. And if you want to keep your home safe, have it grazed. It must be grazed, or you will be creating a huge fire hazard. Anyway, I believe that that's all the situation is, and it should be clarified, and the grazing should continue. Thank you.
Chris, you're up.
Good evening. I'm a native Readingite. I've been in Reading my entire life, born and raised. I was a teacher here in the community for 36 years. 35 years. I've been at my home on Rivercrest Road for 36 years. And I live on the river. God has blessed me. I've been able to purchase that home 36 years ago. There's probably about 20 homes that are on the river there. And a lot of people spent their life savings to acquire those homes. This property is on the river. And I would think, I don't understand why a facility like this is taking up such valuable, beautiful property. And a jail, you know, it's bad enough for these people from out of town that are fishermen to go down the river to see homeless, naked people on the shore, and now they're gonna see a jail and a facility. Our property values are gonna plummet. I am only one house away from the border of this monstrosity that's gonna go in. And, you know, I am all for development, but this is not the place for it. We are a rural community. We are a very tight community. We look after each other. When somebody is ill, we bring them food. We are very caring and loving people. And this community down there just wants peace and quiet. And there's gotta be another place where you can locate this thing. And so please do not pass this, because you're gonna destroy about 100 families. And I'm just clarifying that, you know, if you have a soul at all, which I know you do, and there's lovely people up here, please do not pass this. Find another area to put this thing. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just for clarity, the lease has already been given. So the grazing is secondary. This would have been really, really helpful months ago when the negotiation for the lease was happening, because the county intended to put a day rehabilitation type center on that facility with the intent that they could possibly put a jail at that property. And so that went through this process, and we had it open to the public and didn't get any feedback from the neighborhood. And so it's really valuable. At this point, it's already passed. I'm not, it's not your fault. I'm just telling you, like, just from us up here, this would have been really, really good for us to know, because we could have put some mitigations into the lease agreement, but that's already been passed. So here's what I'm saying. Your voice is incredibly important to what this is going to look like, where the boundary lines are, what comes up to your neighborhood, what gets near the river, all of those types of things your feedback is critical to the process. It's just that process is going to happen at the county. And so, and we'll find out, we'll go and ask them what, if anything, can we do to guarantee your feedback at this stage, which my guess is it's not much, but this is very critical that you have these conversations at the county level, because they will be designing, they will be doing all the mitigation type stuff, and it is really important that your concerns are told to them so they can mitigate for that, so they can make sure you don't have, you know, a jail right on the river and right up to your gate. So whether or not they intend to do those types of things, you should know the answer to that. So unfortunately, this grazing has nothing to do with the actual lease agreement, and the city leased it to them for the purposes of building a day center or a jail. That entire discussion, which went back and forth several times, it was on our agenda, I think.
For months.
5 times. And we didn't get any feedback, and that's not your fault. It's just,
I also would just like to say I'm really sorry for any elected official who maybe told you that they didn't know where this was going.
It's been known the whole time.
That's been known the entire time. There have been.
Well, yes, the land is near a residential neighborhood. Where the actual jail goes on that 90-acre property.
where it goes
That's
is-
separate than, it's not, right on top of your neighborhood, but it is, the 90 acres does have neighborhoods near it. Which is why when it's on the agenda. So what I'm hearing for us to do better is that when it goes onto the agenda, something that is going to be a lease agreement like this, there should be some type of notification or something, but I'm assuming it only happens once it goes to planning commission where they actually say what they want to build. So we may lease them that land, but part of the deal with that land was that if you don't actually build on it, it comes back to the city.
Yeah.
Because we weren't sure if they were really going to do it. They just needed some open land that was not buildable with maybe residential or something to that effect would go there. So it's a process. I'm really sorry you were not included in that process until now. But the best that we can do up here is communicate or figure out if there's some element of this that we can. I think the deal has already been inked, but I know at the county you can give feedback and you need to.
Yeah.
So that you protect your property values, which I absolutely understand that. So I would have the same reaction as you if I found that out as well this far into it. But our decision today has nothing to do with the lease being signed. And we all knew what it was for.
Jeremy, can you just come up and explain briefly what was notified and what wasn't notified, and what the process might be now, like Tanessa was indicating?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So the planning division within the city we're required to rezone the property, is my understanding, as part of that lease agreement. Okay?
Yeah,
Correct me.
just to clarify, the lease agreement requires that the rezone be presented to the planning commission. It does not require any particular action to occur.
So no notifications or anything like that?
No, there is notification that's required by statute in connection with the application to rezone. But the lease agreement does not tie the hands of this council or the planning commission on the rezone. However, the other part of that is that the zoning will not impact the county's use of the property. The zoning would only be relevant to the use of a private party if at some point.
Grazing. Are you talking about the grazing?
No, I'm talking about the rezone application that will be going in front of planning commission in January.
Can they come and will that help for them to give feedback at that?
They can, but I don't want to give a false impression that that's going to impact any project the county would have, because the county's not subject to the city's zoning laws. It really will be on the county side that all those decisions will be made. The only significance of the rezone is that it's going to impact potential future uses of the property if and when the county were to sell it to a private owner at some point in the future. So we may be talking, 40, 50 years out.
I might also add that on top of that, the zoning code requires notification, right, when a rezone application gets filed. And so that would explain why the neighbors were notified at that time. We prepared it's a 300-foot radius from the property that's being rezoned. So we prepared those notices. That's why some of the neighbors may have gotten them, but not all, depending on that radius boundary around the property. At the time that notice went out, our planning manager realized there was an error in the notice. So when it came to planning commission, we've continued the item to a date certain in January, which is what we were referring to later. So that's when it will come before the planning commission for their consideration. So that's why that notification went out.
Would it be helpful for them to come and to speak at that, or is that?
Certainly, they're invited to come. There'll be, the notice will go out. We've continued it to a date certain, I believe, from the last planning commission. So I don't believe a renotice is required. Is that correct? I'm looking at my city attorney.
But from what I just understood, city attorney saying is that planning commission, they could voice their opinion, but unless there are supervisors sitting in the audience who are going to write down all of their notes, the planning commission is just hearing what is being told, and they don't have any authority over what happens there.
The planning commission will be making a recommendation to the council about rezoning, but the rezoning is not going to impact what the county can and cannot do on that property. So the rezoning is really just.
Formality.
Formality is a fair characterization, but it's also a good planning practice in case at some point in the future, the property ends up in a private hands. You've aligned it with whatever the intended use is going to be.
So we'll notify them when that date's certain in January?
Yeah, and we did establish a date certain, I believe, at that planning commission. I'll have to talk with our planning manager, Lily Toy. She's also been in communication, as I understand it, with a number of the neighbors via email and phone calls. So please continue to reach out to us. We'll keep you all informed.
Okay.
But it will be coming to planning commission in January.
Thank you, Mr.
Yep.
Fagan. Paul?
Well, if I may just explain this, this is what City Council is doing, that this is just a starting point, that county is leasing the land. That's all we are doing at this point. This project from the county will have to go through that process, but it will be at county level, not at the city level. So you will have the opportunity to go through the process and make further comments there. So our role has been just to lease the property to them.
Yes, but we knew what they were wanting to do
Right,
when we
right,
leased.
I
it.
understand.
I don't want to give them false
Yeah, there was a purpose.
hope.
We have a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar that were not pulled off by Councilmember Audette.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Are we, all right. One more time. We don't have 6-1. It's been pulled. 9.1.
None, we're on, I think we've got 9D.
Oh,
I'm available
9.1D?
for- I don't have any prepared presentation, but I can answer any questions or take any
Oh, I thought
feedback.
they were
if there's
4-1.
feedback.
My bad.
Okay.
I'm
I
so
had
confused on
this,
these
so
things.
this is the City of Reading Treasury Report. And I just had a question about the last paragraph on the front of the staff page. It says that investment activity in the portfolio for July, August, September included adjustments made in between the city general account and the camp account to accommodate cash flow and to accommodate the CalPERS prepayment. How much, I'm assuming because our cash flow is down, we use our investment, because camp's our investment?
Yeah, so camp is one of our, pardon, I'll stop touching the mic. Camp is it's like an overnight investment account, so you can get to it. It's very liquid. It's basically like a bank account, but it earns us during the first quarter of the year, about 4.15% return. So we're
Yes, you and I met about
Yeah,
camp
yeah.
in class
exactly. yeah.
after I came on. We actually had a
Yes.
meeting about that. You remember that? Yeah, we did. Go ahead, keep going.
So we met and talked about
Yeah.
the camp account and the class account. And, but camp is the primary one we've been using recently because it's
Yeah.
been earning a little higher than LAIF. That's
Yep.
actually starting to shift. But so what we do is almost daily, actually, we as a treasury team, we talk about, should we be putting a little more money in camp or out of camp? So that statement's covering that, but it's also covering, importantly, in the month of July, we moved about $30 million from camp into the general account so that we could pay the prepayment of the unfunded liability, which is about $30 million. And then, so we would have moved that in July. PERS didn't come take the money from the account until August 1st. So then they took the money out of the account on August 1st. Then we would see the $30 million go away. But most of that's just trying to cover that activity as we move money back and forth depending on our cash needs, basically by day, because it would shock people how much $1 million per day earning a small amount of money can actually make an impact if you add it up over the course of the year. So we try to actively monitor that on a daily basis to ensure we're maximizing the returns to all of our funds.
Where would I find that in this report as far as the camp money? Where is that?
The camp is actually a listed item on the Treasury report, so it would be the first attachment, the first page of the attachment.
Yeah, where?
It's about like the third or fourth line. So you have the first section would be our overnight accounts. The second section would be a listing of all of our different investment type activities.
Right.
And you'd see California Asset Management Program or Fund about the third or fourth one down, I think.
That's camp?
That's camp, yep.
And we took 30 million from this?
Yes. and
From
put
camp?
Yes, put it into our overnight accounts, which is our general account.
Okay, and this is what we have to work with, this 110, or is this holding money for us?
That's the overnight activity. Then we also have what's in the general account. And then a lot of our other money, I would equate it to, depending on the time of the year, 150 to 200 million is held in assets that are maturing on a set date. So meaning, and frankly, a reason we're a little heavier in camp right now is for a period of time there for a couple years, RU was burning reserves as they were doing infrastructure before they did their bond issuance in the spring. We know that the PERS unfunded liability payment is continuing to grow, so we know we need cash at the beginning of July. Airports Fund has a $30 million runway project that was done in October that we knew we were going to need to have some cash liquidity available so that we could pre-front that and then wait probably 90 to 120 days. I'll look at Steve if he has any idea. But when we'll actually receive 27 million of that roughly back from FAA. So there's been some needs, and then upcoming, there's some additional needs. Pump House 1, the potential that project gets started in the spring. And depending on how we're funding it, we might have to front some of that. So there might be some additional need to be, I'd say, more liquid from a city standpoint.
So most of those were capital project funds, and which are sitting there. And then also we took loans to pay for the prepayment. We took loans, so we had the money for that. But what's the cash flow piece of it? How much did we take out to cover our cash flow, or is that just
$30 million.
30.
So
Okay.
we took it from electric, water, wastewater, the different funds. But it's important to note when we pay it, it's out of the city reserves in total, right? And then internally, we book a loan that'll be paid back over the course of the fiscal year from one fund to the other. But importantly, the treasurer report is done on the macro city cash holdings. And so it doesn't talk about it by fund when you're talking about the treasurer report.
So when you say cash to accommodate cash flow and to accommodate CalPERS, that means the same thing?
Yes, it does effectively mean the same thing, but like I said, the CalPERS thing was the biggest item, but importantly, every day we're moving money back and forth between camp and the general account to ensure we're maximizing the return on our monies, because if monies are sitting in our general account, it earns nothing. And so we want to make sure we have any money that can be moved out of our general account is moved out of our general account, and camp is the easiest place to park that money in the short term, because tomorrow we could need that money and have to move it back.
Our general fund is at a negative, so when you say cash flow, I'm assuming we're covering our bills.
Yes, the important thing is the treasurer report is done cash in total.
Yeah, it's like where.
The 4E is cash by fund, so then it takes that cash in total and it says, how is it spread up amongst the different funds that are part of the city?
So my question was, are we fixing our cash flow problem with camp, with that investment fund?
I think those are two different conversations.
Okay.
One is a conversation about how we budget by fund, and one is a conversation about how we leverage all the money available to the city and how we invest it and how we move it around to maximize returns on that money.
Okay, well, when you write, we're using camp to accommodate cash flow. That was the question.
Got it. So to
So
articulate that a little bit.
We can have a long
Yeah, we
conversation
could have a huge
later.
conversation about it, but it's effectively overnight. We're trying to move it from or to our general account depending on our needs. And the biggest example of that is CalPERS. We needed money in our general account, so we moved it from camp.
Right. So when it says that and I can go over to this with you in detail, but I wanted to know if we were using camp to cover our cash flow. That was my question from what the sentence said.
Yes, from a citywide level, but I think your question is about the general fund, if I'm
Yes,
not mistaken.
it is.
Yeah, different
Yeah.
question.
Okay. On 4, do we have to approve 4D?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we approve.
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4E is the proof of cash report,
Yeah.
which is, I'm so excited. It's been 2 years since we've had a proof of cash report. I am hoping that we would get these monthly, and since it's so confusing to the council as to what we mean by a monthly report, I just want to say, this is 3 months of a monthly report. I would like these to come every month and not wait 3 months and get all 3.
In December, you will receive October's. That is our plan. We are on track to do that now.
Once a month.
Once a month.
Once a month. Okay, great.
So this report both of these reports will be delivered second meeting 6
Every
weeks
month?
later. Yeah.
Amazing. All right.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, it already voted for me, shocker.
Now we go to 9.1D.
Yes.
All right. Jason, consider report and provide direction to staff regarding recreational use of nitrous oxide within the city of Reading.
Good evening. Good evening, council. On November 19th of last year, local Reading neurologist Dr. Karen Garness presented to City Council on the health issues associated with the overuse of nitrous oxide, also known as whippets or laughing gas. That same evening, council directed staff to work with Shasta County Health Department through an item 12 and bring back more information on the overuse of nitrous oxide. So following that meeting, I reached out to Shasta County Health Officer Dr. James Moo. He reported that the county currently does not track or have data regarding the overuse of nitrous oxide. He did report that the counties and the medical community in general have experienced an increase in nitrous oxide-induced myeloneuropathy, which is a disorder that affects the spinal cord and peripheral nerves. When nitrous oxide is used recreationally, people inhale it, they get high. It creates a very short-term euphoric feeling for them. But while it is doing that, it is depleting the body of vitamin B12, which leads to severe health issues such as brain damage, numbness, tingling, spinal cord degeneration, and a number of other side effects. Nitrous oxide is also used in the medical and dental field legitimately as a mild sedative, and it is very fast-acting and quickly wears off. It is also used in the culinary field as a propellant for whipped cream. It gives it the fluffy texture. So in California, it is illegal to have nitrous oxide to use recreationally, but it is not illegal to sell it under the guise of a culinary propellant for whipped cream. The product can be found in smoke shops, probably some convenience stores, and through online retail. Several jurisdictions throughout California have created ordinances to just ban the sale of it. Some of those jurisdictions include County of Humboldt, City of Oxnard, Ferndale, Arcata, Crescent City, and numerous others. They have also created exceptions for the legitimate use, such as if you're a wholesaler, if you're using it in the medical and dental field, if it's already contained in a food product such as whipped cream, and also if it's used to enhance vehicle performance. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Also present is Shasta County Health Officer Dr. Moo and Dr. Garness. Thank you.
Let's take public comment first, and then we'll get back to you, Jason.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Dr. Moo, for coming, and Dr. Garness as well. I'm going to cede most of my time. I did bring this item to the Council when I was on the Council last year, and I'm excited to see that it's coming back. Nitrous oxide, the recreational use has been devastating in our community, and as a medical provider, I can say that I've seen that as well. And so we need to do what we can to stop the recreational use. We need to close that loophole, and there are several communities that have done that, and I think we can do that without hurting legitimate uses for nitrous oxide. So I'm going to cede my time over to Dr. Garness and then ask the Council to come back and consider directing staff to create an ordinance. Sorry about that. All right, Dr. Garness.
Thank you, Julie. Good evening, Mayor Muntz and the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you again. I'm here to kind of share. I'm Dr. Karen Garness. I'm a local neurologist. I've been practicing here for five years. I've been practicing as a neurologist for over 30. And I wanted to just kind of come around because some of you weren't here last year when I presented, but I have firsthand seen this rapidly escalating healthcare crisis in our community and actually brought it forth to learn about it throughout the region and throughout the state as well. And so I'm here to answer questions and just share a couple stories with you so that you understand the impact of it. As a practicing neurologist for over 30 years, I had never seen it before until last fall when I saw 8 back-to-back cases over a 2-month period of time. These were young, otherwise healthy people that were struggling with substance abuse issues, but they used excessive amounts of nitrous oxide that resulted in their nervous system being devastated. And I was like, what is going on? How is this happening? And I discovered that through this loophole, it was being sold in smoke shops. And historically, whippets, a laughing gas, they were these small little cartridges, but they've subsequently industrialized and sell it now in large canisters this big that people can buy cheaper than a bunch of little whippets. And patients and people are using them for a quick high. And as Jason did a nice job of summarizing, this is a toxin to our nervous system, essentially, because it oxidizes and prevents the absorption of B12, which results in damage to the nervous system, to the neurons and such, and leaves patients with a variety of different neurologic deficits, but including permanent weakness, numbness, things like that. And one of the challenges I discovered as I started taking care of these patients is they did not understand how dangerous it was because it was so easily accessible. If you can get it in a smoke shop, it should be safe to take, but in fact, they were using it excessively and being neurologically devastated by the process. And the harm doesn't just happen to the individuals using it. Because nitrous is something that is not detectable, it's viewed as a clean high. It goes out of your system relatively rapidly, but if you keep using it, you are high, but it's not detectable. So people are driving around town using nitrous, and yet they're intoxicated and putting others at risk with that as well. I know that firsthand because I saw one patient. She actually was a young woman who drove to Shasta County to buy it because it wasn't available in Arcata, or actually it also she told me at that time it was cheaper to get it in Shasta County. And she was on the other side of her addiction. That's often some of the times that I've seen people. But she commented how she realized, here she was, a 25-year-old young woman, neurologically devastated. I'm doing an electrical study on her. And she just shared that she had come to Shasta County to buy it because it was cheaper. But she realized her addiction had taken her too far because she was using it outside the smoke shop in her car right before she was getting back on the roads when a police officer stopped her there and said, you can't do that. And that led to her finally getting the help and understanding what she needed. So there are people on the roads that are impacting the safety of our community. And this may be under a guise of culinary use, but it is certainly not. And I just recently had another young man on the other side, early stage at the other side of his addiction, who shared that over a 6-month period of time, he spent $60,000 buying canisters of nitrous, large canisters that would fill the back of his pickup. And he was using them and he became devastated. And I was seeing him 18 months later and he was still unable to walk without a gait assistive device, wearing braces, experiencing chronic neuropathic pain. And he was in recovery, doing well with a local recovery group. But at the same time, he was saying, I need to figure out what I can do with the rest of my life because I can't feel my feet and use it in a career. And so this is leaving our public in a very compromised state. And I think it's something that we can do. Every single one of these cases is preventable. And Dr. Moo has been great about bringing forth, we're trying to educate the medical community, the regular community, but education and awareness is not outpacing the pace of access in driving harm. So I just want to say that you, as our council members, have the ability to really make a rapid change and a meaningful impact. This is not designed to stop nitrous oxide use for people that are needing it for medical procedures, but instead to just address this loophole and way that our community is being damaged.
All right, thank you. Dr. Danuka.
So, first of all, I thank you so much for leading on this, and I fully support their, Julie as well as Dr. Garnes' plan, which I would highly recommend that we come up with an ordinance as other cities have done.
Are you making a motion that staff bring back
Yes,
an
I
ordinance?
would like to, unless someone else has a comment, I would like to make a motion.
I just have some questions.
Okay, but just, otherwise, I would like to make a motion to bring an ordinance back, which the city attorney's advice
Go ahead, Vanessa.
What is the loophole?
for culinary property.
Yeah, the loophole is that it's allowed to be sold for culinary purposes, but it is sold in large canisters in smoke shops and convenience stores, not for that purpose, but for the recreational use. It's illegal to use it for recreational use, but because of this access for culinary purposes, it's viewed as legal to sell.
So is there any restrictions on how much you can sell? Like the amount, the ounces of nitrous oxide
To my knowledge, that's not the case because obviously these are people that are buying multiple canisters a day.
Mr. Curtis?
Yeah,
not for purchase, but I meant for selling. If the large canisters are the issue, it's like 32 ounces. I don't know what the ounces are. I have no idea what the metric is for that. But like, let's say it's 32 ounces and a whipped cream can is that we see that they use at Starbucks. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about, that canister that's attached at Starbucks for their whipped cream.
Yeah.
It uses a small canister.
Huh? I'm just saying, like, what you're talking about is the larger.
I'm talking about really recreational use of it, and it's being promoted in smoke shops and convenience stores. That's not where you buy your culinary needs.
Yeah, as somebody agree who with buys that. things for restaurant purposes.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know,
Yeah.
one,
And
no
would a
one
re-
is buying their food products at a smoke Would shop. a restaurant?
Where do they buy that?
When you buy something for a restaurant, do you have to have some type of a license? Like a
Yes.
culinary,
Yes.
like a
Yes.
chef, Yes. something?
If I may, I did a little bit of cursory review of the penal code sections on this, and I actually think they may be understating the loophole a little bit. It doesn't look to me like it's actually a criminal offense to sell it for recreational use unless the person using it ends up experiencing death or great bodily injury, and at that point, it's only a misdemeanor. So
So the law is not helping to protect
correct.
users.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we need the ordinance.
Can we add this to our tobacco ordinance? Would that be the best place to add that? Or
It
where for
depends.
enforcement, we would need enforcement, so.
Yeah,
Well, I would-
It depends on what you're looking for. If you just want to restrict the sale, we probably would go more broader than the tobacco ordinance because we wouldn't be looking at licensing just those businesses. We'd be looking at the sale of the product.
I don't want to license anybody, but I am interested to know, it looks like in the staff report, you say that they make it, there's an exemption for wholesalers or medical professionals. I don't know what vehicle performance means. Is it the same? Like, is this like
You're talking to a neurologist, but I think it's something that's used for emissions in the engine.
If there's an appropriate place for it to be sold and it's used professionally, I wouldn't, I'm not sure what an ordinance is going to do, but if we can prevent smoke shops
And convenience stores.
and convenience stores, that just seems to make sense. I don't know anybody buying their supplies at
Right. I mean,
either of those places.
Yeah.
So
One
can
of
we
the-
do something that actually targets and exempts places where people that are not misusing it can still?
We may be able to bring you back a few different proposals. Mr. Gablisco may be able to speak to some of the existing samples that he's reviewed. I will say, even if you just had it so that it was banning the sale for recreational use, that would be a step above beyond what we
Yes,
have in
well,
state law.
let's do that.
Yeah. So
We
what I
can
would
do that.
suggest is that you look at the other jurisdictions who have done this before, and then you bring us the
Yeah.
ordinance back. Because none of the medical facilities is going to go to convenience store or
No.
smoke shop to buy it. So
No.
I think
And
we
if they do, we want to know. Right away.
Sure. So it should be easily doable.
To ban for
It is.
recreational use.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll make a second to Nuka's motion.
I'm curious to hear from the police chief, like, I think he has some comments, but maybe he can talk to us about what he's seen out there in the field and give us some feedback.
We all agree.
It's just good.
You want to just get it?
Jason warned me that I might get called up on this one, but this is one, like we've talked about, much like the tobacco, we've gone over this over and over again. The police department's very supportive of an ordinance to restrict the sale. Smoke shops and what we're seeing on the street is constant. It's hard to capture it in statistics. So last year, we do see an increase. So we had 8 arrests in 2024. We had, I think, 16 so far this year. But a lot of times when we get people that are under the influence, they go for just under the influence, not of this, so it's hard to capture that. But talking to the officers, they're seeing a lot of it. And by restricting that access like other communities have done, I think that's a step in the right direction, and I support it.
Thanks, Ryan. All right, well, we had a first and a second. Any more questions? All right, all in favor?
Aye. Mayor, before you move on,
Yeah.
could I confirm timing? So would that December 16th or December 18th? No, let's see, 16th, no, 16th.
16th.
Would that be?
Sure.
Sure, yeah, I mean, it will take some time, we understand that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I have up next the Emerging Reading Riverfront Specific Plan. Mr. Pagan.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. It's good to be back with you to talk about the Reading Riverfront Specific Plan. Community members, if you don't know me, my name is Jeremy Pagan. I'm the Director of Development Services, and here with me tonight is also Dan Amsden, who leads our consultant team on this project, and he and I will be tag teaming this presentation. So I'll start us off, and if you'll recall, we last spoke with council back in May, earlier this year. At that time, we gave a presentation on the emerging concepts of the riverfront. And at that time, council had some good feedback for us, had various questions for staff. And so we've spent the last few months chasing down some answers to those questions, talking with community members, and doing some additional research and homework. And so we're here tonight to bring back some of those answers and to frame them up as refined concepts for council's consideration, with the hope being at the end of this presentation and discussion with council, that council will direct staff to then move on to the next step in this process, which is drafting the language of the specific plan and then beginning to initiate the environmental review process. Let's see here, I'm gonna use, I was lagging a little bit. Just to reorient us, and for those of you that may not know, the Reading Riverfront Specific Plan Study Area incorporates the northern riverfront, so the Civic Rodeo Grounds, the Sheraton, Turtle Bay, Sundial, and it expands southward along the Park Marina Drive corridor and ends just before you get to the Cypress Avenue Bridge. You can see our study area there outlined in a dashed line. I want to just recap for a few minutes for community members that may not know, and to just sort of catch us all up on what we've done to date in terms of community engagement. We're really proud of the efforts we put forth as a city to engage our community. We've done a lot of in-person workshops and open houses. You can see there in August of 2023 is where we kicked things off at the Civic Center, or at the Civic Auditorium, I should say. And then we had an alternatives workshop in the next year in June, where we held 2 workshops at the Civic Auditorium to hear people's ideas on concepts and alternatives. And then we had what we called an emerging concepts open house here in May, ahead of that council meeting that we had in May as well. And you can see in total, we've had close to 500 people show up to these community events. We've gotten lots of good feedback and input, and so that's a really great success of our community engagement. We had a community coalition series of meetings. This was in late 2023, and that was an assembled group of a little less than 20 people, community members representing a diverse range of interests, nonprofits, businesses, property owners, and they were really there to discuss a future vision for the area, to build upon the open house that we had with the community earlier in the year, and talk about the feasibility of uses and activities. And what came out of this group was what we called the Riverfront Vision and Guiding Principles document. So that came out in early 2024. Another key part of our engagement has been to speak with our Indigenous community members. We had an Indigenous listening session in early 2024 had nearly 50 participants from multiple representation from different groups in the area. Really a good opportunity for us to speak with folks from the Northern Wintu people, hear their ideas, hear their concerns. Some key themes that were discussed there is simply the recognition of past wrongs, right? That's the foundational. And also the importance of land to our Indigenous community members and what that means to their heritage, to their culture, to their identity. And so you can see visibility of the region as a homeland, use of language and local signage, privacy during ceremonies. And so what this specific plan has as a vision component is how do we entertain the idea of co-stewarding the land? How do we talk about co-management of the land? Oftentimes you'll hear the term land back, and that can mean a variety of different things, from deeding a piece of property to an Indigenous community group, or like I just discussed, this co-stewardship, working with them for vegetation management, helping them to take part and engage in fish habitat restoration projects, right? Having more control and guiding future use. So it can take a lot of different forms, but we've also had follow-up discussion with our Indigenous community members in different interviews. And so we've learned a lot. They're really informing the process. And you'll see that later on in terms of the vision element that it's created and as well as ideas we have for implementing that as well. And then online surveys. We've had over 1,000 people participate in online surveys as well as the Reading Riverfront Specific Plan website, 150 plus. And if you'll recall, this was an opportunity to go take the survey, tell us what you like, what you don't like. That's what that bar chart represents. And then you could place on a map where you liked the different concepts and where you wanted them to be. So again, another avenue to reach out to the community, get their feedback. This, I won't read the list, but it's just another way of showing what we've done and who we've reached out to, from local businesses to nonprofits, to community groups, to the Indigenous community, so on and so forth. So a lot of effort, and remember, we've been at this for nearly 2 years or a little over 2 years, and we've put a ton of effort into getting out of the community to hear their ideas. And really what that all comes to in terms of, it reaches its pinnacle in these 7 vision elements for the plan. And so of course, with the world-class river running right through this specific planning area, it's no surprise that healthy and natural environment is a key pillar of this plan. And then of course, the Indigenous community and honoring their past, present, and future, making that a key pillar of our specific plan. And then it goes on to talk about economically viable arts, cultural, and entertainment. How do we build upon that? How do we grow that and make it better? And then you'll see there, how do we make memorable and vibrant places, connected spaces, and of course, world-class recreation and activity on the waterways. We have world-class fishing, world-class trails, a world-class river, so how do we build upon that? And then being that close to riparian habitat, certainly appropriate scale and use is a very important pillar of the vision. So with these 7 vision elements, we now want to take this time to walk council through answers to some of your questions that we previously had. I'm going to hand the mic over to Dan in just a minute, but I also want to just sort of calibrate us here and remind us that one of the really powerful things of a specific plan is an economic development component, right? And so I don't want the community or council to necessarily think of this as, well, we have lots of extra money that we want to put towards things that we can achieve. That could happen, but we all know that we don't have a lot of extra money right now. What this can do, though, is talk about a vision for the future and how to get there. And so we want to talk through that with you tonight of what kind of incentives can this plan provide? What kind of regulatory controls can the plan do to incentivize development? How can the plan streamline permitting and streamline the CEQA process in order to act as an economic engine and an economic driver for our riverfront from now into the future? It's a big part of the plan, and it's a key piece, I think, of this plan for our community moving forward to the next 10, 15, 20 years. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Dan, and he's going to walk us through council's questions as well as some of these refined concepts. So Dan, take it away.
Thank you, Jeremy, and good evening, Mayor and council members. It's good to see you again. Danny Emsen with MIG. So as Jeremy mentioned, I'm going to focus on responses to council questions and some additional refinements since the last time we met. I know my last presentation was very long. This one is shorter, but focused on some of these key components. So as Jeremy mentioned, what's really powerful about a specific plan process is this gets to frame different environmental restoration, habitat restoration projects or programs, partnerships as well as requirements and guidelines around development and types of improvements to public infrastructure. But what's really important is building off that vision, really thinking about this is how does a plan help achieve the community's vision around those environmental improvements, economic development, as Jeremy mentioned, but also this process to help build partnerships with property owners, with other partners, as well as the tribal stewardship component that Jeremy mentioned. And I did want to just pause a little bit on incentives the city of Reading can provide, because there's a lot of different partnerships as part of this project, given the river, given the tribes, given the different leases and private sector as well. And what's key is cities really have sort of two levers or two options for incentives. One is regulatory and the other is financial. And financial is pretty small typically. You know, there's not a lot of funding resources the city can provide. But around regulatory, it's setting that vision and a structure around policies and standards for the area, but also design guidelines, development streamlining. We are, as I mentioned last time, preparing an environmental document as part of this process, which will give initial CEQA coverage to a lot of projects because they're evaluated as part of the specific plan. That's another sort of regulatory incentive that the city can provide, but also coordination as well. So as Jeremy mentioned, it's not necessarily this big amount of financial investment, but there's a lot of coordination and regulatory support that the city can provide as part of this Riverfront Specific Plan process. So getting a few questions and things we talked about last time, the prior sort of vision framework diagram or land use diagram showed mixed use on the private property in the northern riverfront, and that's A, B, and C noted in this map. D is actually owned by the city of Reading, although it's a similar area. The city owns that site. We talked with each of the private property owners, had discussions around sort of their future vision for their sites and how it fits into this northern riverfront. They were all interested in seeing a solution to secondary access from just a safety and circulation standpoint. They had concerns about on-site parking, but they also did not express a strong desire for residential uses on their property. Neither did the community during workshops and input sessions we had as well. So as a key refinement in this new emerging riverfront concepts that we're talking through tonight, we suggest, as shown on this map, and I'll see if I can, oh, that's a big red dot. But everyone can see it, so that's good. So right here, actually removing that mixed-use designation that we talked about last time and moving it into visitor hospitality. So that could be visitor centers, retail, hotels and lodging, restaurants, smaller conference facilities. That's consistent with the Sheraton, that's consistent with other uses in the northern riverfront, and does not have that housing component that we talked about at the last council meeting.
So prevents housing?
Yes, it would be a commercial use for those sites. So another thing that was mentioned or we discussed at the last meeting was the setback from the Sacramento River. It's a little hard to read this map, even on this big screen, but that first purple boundary is a 150-foot buffer that exists today. Council had asked us to also map an additional 150-foot buffer and an additional 500-foot buffer, and that's a yellow and blue. Today, that 150-foot buffer is part of the current specific plan as a buffer from the river for new development or major projects. As part of this process, a lot of the eastern portion is already designated as open space. It has a lot of floodplain issues as well as bird sanctuary and endangered species. So as we go through this process, we're sort of thinking of refining this a bit and really having this more of a dedicated open space area, restoration area. It can include passive recreation and other activities in this area, so it's not necessarily closed off, but really having this as a core focus of habitat restoration, ecological restoration, and supporting that vision element of protecting and enhancing the river area. This map just shows how this also really coincides with the floodplain as well, and that's why most of this area has remained open space up until now. So we're suggesting keeping this forward, but maybe having more partnerships with Northern Wintu people or tribes and thinking about ways of doing more active restoration. So in this area, again, you could have habitat restoration, co-stewardship of the land, This could also be areas for celebrating Indigenous history and interpretive areas that I'll explain a little bit more on a further slide. And then trails, connections to the river as well. We're really kind of solidifying that as part of this process.
Can I ask a question in here? Can you go back one more slide? So this space, I guess maybe one more because it was the purple. So are we discussing this being considered as conservation space? Open space and conservation space are not
Open
necessary.
space and conservation areas, yes.
Okay, I just want to be specific with our language. That's all. Thank you.
Also out of our discussion, we've done more work with the team and the architects on the team, thinking about this longer-term concept for the Civic and the rodeo areas and sort of the northern riverfront. This is the existing area, and what's highlighted in blue, and I don't know how to move that red dot now. There we go, I'll move it over here. What's highlighted in blue are the existing buildings and structures that are on the site. So the near-term option is still very much in play, and that would be focused improvements to the rodeo grounds, to the Civic Auditorium, additional improvements to private property as well. But a lot of these uses are spread out or have a lot of parking or different staging areas, in particular in between the Civic and the rodeo. So we have worked on some refinements to the long-term concept, and both these work together. They can be incremental. You can do the near term today or in the next few years and eventually move into that longer-term option. But one of the big changes you'll see is these two green arrows, and this is not vehicle, this is pedestrian and bicycle circulation through the site as part of this longer-term concept on the right. And really the idea is to get easier circulation, but also to really create an entry into the site and have some of the uses more focused towards the center of the site, including potentially a new rodeo or outdoor venue space while keeping the Civic in place as well. And what this allows is to consolidate the uses over time as funding or projects come online. I wouldn't think of this as one big project, but incremental changes. And move some of these uses and buildings, one, away from the river so you can have more recreational uses and open space, but also really focusing on that core so they can host events and activities in parallel with each other.
Hey, Dan, since you've been here last time, we've signed a pretty extensive lease with the rodeo. How does that affect what you're doing here? Because I think we've leased certain property to them.
Yeah, and Jeremy, yeah, I'll have Jeremy.
I realize we're rezoning, but yes.
Yeah, so with respect to that, and we can bring Director Meny up too, or City Manager Bade, but that lease agreement does require the city, if there are incremental improvements made for these nearer term options by the rodeo, and say 10 or 15 years down the road, we move towards a longer term concept or have the ability to do something grand like this, we would be required to make the rodeo whole, and we would be required to pay them back for the investments they made into their facility. I believe also as part of that lease agreement, there's required check-ins with council and check-in with staff before they embark on any projects. And so those are some two sort of safeguards to make sure that we're not spending good money after bad, if you will, or that the rodeo spends money to make improvements and then later on isn't made whole for the investments that they did make. So that's my understanding. I'm looking at Steve and Travis if they have anything more to add, but that's my understanding as of right now.
It took us a long time to get here.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we take care of them.
Yeah, and we certainly recognize that. So the specific plan will have both the near-term options to accommodate that flexibility with sort of that 15, 20, 25-year horizon of if we wanted to dream big and have our perfect world in the future, that's what we could aim for, knowing that the reality is likely we're going to be in that near term for a while, making focused upgrades.
All right.
Thanks, Jeremy. And I'll add, what's really key about sort of the staging or moving the parts is you can move these pieces over time without having anything needing to come offline. So if a new rodeo venue were created in the future, the existing venue could still hold rodeo events. And that's a really important part of sort of this overall concept, is making sure all the programs and events can take place as incremental changes are made over time. This is a little bit more of a rendering of that same concept. but really sort of creating, again, this focus towards the center, in a way, almost creating sort of like an address or more of an identity to this area, but also very importantly, the Civic, which is shown here in blue, and I'll move my cursor in a second because this dot is very large, and a potential new rodeo site, because they're more adjacent to each other, they can hold events together. It just allows more flexibility, more incremental growth and changes, and more options, essentially. Because we know this is not likely going to be one big project, but incremental changes over time.
Is the green, is this for walking, or how do you drive around this?
Yes, so for circulation, thank you for bringing up circulation. So for circulation, that is the black ring road, so to speak. Another really important approach to this concept, and we talked about this last time, is that secondary access. So very intentionally, we're actually showing the Highway 44 two intersections, as well as a potential bridge, but also in the near term, the interchange can stay in place as well. So the concept allows any of the options to move forward conceptually. It doesn't block one of the options because a building or a new road or something comes into play. So because this is a specific plan, multi-year, multi-decade, we want to make sure that there is enough flexibility. So in the near term and long term, this still works with the current interchange, but if opportunities arise to create two intersections on 44 or a new bridge, it allows that flexibility based on the layout.
And the green is pedestrian walking?
Bike and pedestrian walking, so connecting the Sundial Bridge really through the site, and another walkway or sort of entry into the main civic area, and then moving towards park or boat launch and parking on the backside as well.
And what's the black line?
The road?
That's the roadway?
Black line is the roads, green is bike and pedestrian, small green is the trails.
So your black line connects to 44?
Yeah.
Correct, on the south, yes.
So basically that concept of boulevard is back.
This works with the 44 Boulevard, or we're kind of showing it as a watermark, or the interchange staying in place.
No, not that big expansion they were talking about. I don't think so.
It's just either,
It's just a, yeah.
And actually, I'll move to this slide because maybe it'll show it a little bit easier. So the interchange right now is essentially this area. You know, the interchange staying in place still works with the concept. If there is funding, and it would be considerable funding, but having 44 turn into a city street or a boulevard, that concept works as well as a bridge connection. And talking with our traffic folks, the 44 interchange does have the most traffic benefit, but they're all complicated and costly as a long-term solution. So I'll mention on a later slide some ideas around phasing of the different projects, but ultimately that full secondary access for vehicles, which is separate from emergency access that's underway today with additional connections, would be a long-term project after a lot of other things take place, private redevelopment or changes and more activities and programming to the event space. So it's not a big, don't think of it as a big initial upfront cost. It's something that would be later in the process of redeveloping the Northern Riverfront.
How much parking, parking was originally there? How much parking do you get with this concept? Is that
So
too many
we've
details?
kept the original parking and have flexibility because of the locations of some of this parking. I do want to also note the tan is for what architects like to call staging, so for rodeo events or events at the Civic. So we're keeping approximately the same amount that exists today, but there are options based on its location and how it fit in the site that could eventually be structured parking or additional parking if it's needed to support the events. Right now, everything's programmed around those 8,000 person events, which is what exists today.
So you have the same amount of parking spaces as what is currently there, just configured a little different?
If we just do surface parking, yes. If it goes to structured, there's quite a bit more parking space.
Okay.
But spatially, it's the same area.
Oh, okay.
If it is surface.
And tan would just be, it's like an open space that you said is used for staging, so it's just sort of.
Flex.
Well, it's
Like
sort of flex, so it could be additional
cement.
parking, or if for rodeo, it'd be rodeo staging area
Got
as
it.
well. And we have a rodeo expert as part of the architecture team who is looking at those areas and how it would function with a rodeo event.
Gotcha.
So a few, key things in the concept, we're really looking at open space restoration projects, again, on close to 60% of the northern riverfront in just the open space area. But having that as a key part of that vision element of supporting the Sacramento River, but also creating habitat restoration as well. This northern part here could be both habitat restoration and maybe more of a park, but low impact, creating connections to the river, but again, having that buffer I talked about of 150 feet, so development is pushed farther back from the river as part of the concept. We also have an additional idea that's sort of a little bit of a refinement from what we talked about last time, but thinking about areas for the Northern Wintu people, and we had a lot of feedback and a lot of discussion during listening sessions and other meetings around having what we're just calling here an indigenous cultural area, but really more of a private space for events, activities connected to the Sacramento River. We're now including a second space of more sort of a heritage center. It doesn't necessarily need to be a structure. A lot of tribes and communities do this as even outdoor spaces. But this would be more sort of the public-facing, celebrating the history, letting people know about the Northern Wintu people. So this is a little bit more public-facing. This would be more cultural space directly connected to the river. But thinking about both of those spaces as part of this riverfront area, ultimately, as the plan's implemented, working with the tribes and the Wintu people to think about the detailed design of those areas, but wanting to make sure there's space within the plan. Moving back here, as part of sort of this central node or central core, also creating active recreation or space for active recreation. This is sort of the existing lawn area right here, but this could be expanded and really create an opportunity to have some of those events like the Ironman, or other activities that could be more outdoor focused as part of this venue site. And then, as I mentioned earlier, visitor hospitality essentially wrapping around the core and not having residential as a component of that visitor hospitality. Lodging would be TOT revenue, but not residential units. And then another new idea, and the size of this is variable, but also as we create sort of this crossing pattern in the middle of the site, a lot of communities, these are examples from Sacramento, have plaza space or covered space that you can have outdoor events on hot days, on rainy days. So it's not necessarily a building, but it is sort of a structure or a shade structure. These are just some concepts. This is the barn in West Sacramento, but it holds events under sort of this overhang area. So that could be an additional feature just to allow, again, that flexibility for events and programs in the Northern Riverfront. And then what this diagram is showing, I'll talk through this because there's a lot of information here, but because you're creating sort of these three zones around the civic, the rodeo, and the outdoor space, the red asterisks are events that currently happen today. As Lori from Visit Reading mentioned, the opportunity to expand events really gets amplified with sort of this new layout and the adjacencies of some of these uses. And this flow chart at the bottom, and I'll move my red cursor because it'd be a little too confusing. The gray is essentially the current programming in the riverfront area. So each of those peaks are a major event, like the rodeo or Hot August Nights or the 4th of July Festival. And without going over the peaks, but the blue, the greens, and the yellow or the orange is how to sort of fill in those troughs with additional events. And because
Hot August Nights is in Reno, by the way.
What's that? Oh, sorry. Cool. April 9th. Thank you. I apologize.
Just checking.
But being able to get more program and activities
Yep,
in the
so am I.
area as part of these new venues. So refinements on the southern riverfront, we've been working with local architects and our team on these concepts and going to start developing, design guidelines and standards as part of the specific plan process. But we talked about, Park Marina redesign to be able to get bike lanes, wider sidewalks, especially facing the new private property or redeveloped private property, increasing safety, but also increasing access through the southern riverfront. Similarly, visitor hospitality in this area where the former hotel site is, or Chevron site, creating active recreation within the lakes and having more access to the lakes as the southern riverfront is redeveloped. And again, this is private property, so encouraging and working with the private property owner to create that investment and new investment in the southern riverfront. I think we talked about before, the Greenway Trail. This is something that's been in the city's general plan for, I think, well over 40 years. Consider including it as well in the specific plan. It does have some engineering challenges, just given that it's in the floodway, but could be a really great connection to get people into the more natural area, but also increase fishing, other activities along that area. And a lakefront promenade, again, I think we heard this a lot at a lot of different community meetings and with the coalition. Are there ways to have restaurant or dining, sort of like Bend, Oregon, fronting the lakes as part of this concept? So a refinement of ideas and different projects. And again, the theme is really how do we make this implementable, but also versatile, incremental. One key thing, in addition to what Jeremy and I were mentioning earlier, as part of the specific plan process, is we can start creating an implementation strategy. And this isn't set in stone, but can start thinking about what are some near-term strategies, establishing a new regulatory framework, formalizing incentives, looking at grant funding opportunities. Those are things in the first few years after plan adoption. But a lot of this is already included or will be included in the specific plan itself. So it's really a chance to launch those economic development activities or partnerships. Again, not a big investment beyond what the city's already invested in this process, but a chance to really get some energy in the recreation or implementation of the vision for this area. So some midterm strategies, focusing on the southern riverfront and private property redevelopment, additional partnerships for recreating the northern riverfront, but also partnerships with the tribes, the indigenous community, the Northern Wintu people, and thinking about those spaces in the northern riverfront, habitat restoration areas. And, again, the city can use a specific plan to leverage grants or other funding opportunities that don't come from necessarily the city's direct funds, but the city as a public agency can help acquire funds to implement some of these projects. And then longer term would be, recreation of the northern riverfront or redesign of Park Marina Drive, or more complex, time-consuming, expensive things like the full secondary access. So again, this is not intended to be overly prescriptive, but this is something we'll continue to flesh out as part of the specific plan to kind of be a roadmap or a checklist to help with the implementation and just to keep energy and excitement going on the project as well. And I think, Jeremy, you wanted to add a few things to this slide as well.
So we're just going to finish with next steps here in a minute, but I did also, as we come to a conclusion, want to just add a little sort of optimistic flair, if you will, maybe, but just remind us that our specific plans we've seen in the city of Reading recently have had a lot of success. And so some folks might not know, but the Reading Riverfront specific plan dates back to 1989, 1990. And that specific plan envisioned Turtle Bay Exploration Park, for example. It actually envisioned and had a goal for the East Turtle Bay open space and trails. And so these plans are certainly not something staff nor I think council wants to just sit on a shelf and not accomplish anything. And then not the least of which, and I had to write down a few examples, but we have our downtown specific plan that's been around for years, decades, but it was updated, not too long ago. And we've seen a lot of success in the downtown area that started with that specific planning process and that vision, And so we brought a lot of grant funds in to build the housing. We brought grant funds in to build the street networks and the bike ped. And from that has spurred on private investment. So we've seen, just to name a few, Bike Depot Bell Plaza, the Oregon Street Antique Mall remodel, miscellaneous retail bars and restaurants. We have the Reading Public Market coming along, Lejoie Bakery. For those of you who don't know, I work as the building official for the city too. We've seen a lot of permitting activity downtown in the last 5 years, and it's really exciting. So our goal, and I think what staff's recommendation is as we come to tonight, is we want to see this plan really, not pivot, I would say, but an ever even greater focus on economic development, and the way that this plan can achieve that through regulatory controls, incentive, CEQA streamlining, et cetera, is how can this plan really be an economic engine for our area? And it might start in the south on the private property side, and it might spur growth and allow the city to achieve its vision long-term in that way. So we've seen a lot of great success with specific plans in this city, and an update to this one, I'm optimistic could have the same result. So I just wanted to sort of end with some specific examples, and then Dan's going to talk about next steps, and then we'll be available for questions.
And I'll add to that energy and focus on economic development can also help fund habitat restoration projects and trails and the recreation side of it. So, this is very much a nature corridor as well as partially urban area and civic area part of the city. So this is our overall project schedule. I just want to highlight this is where we are right now. So we've already started drafting some parts of the plan, but want to have a check-in tonight to follow up on questions that council raised during our last check-in and also get some direction so we can move forward. And the plan is early 2026 to have the full draft plan available. That will launch another round of community open houses, discussions with stakeholders and interest groups and community groups, eventually leading to more refinements and tweaks as we go through this process. It keeps getting more detailed. And then ultimately in spring of 2026, looking for more formal planning commission and city council public hearings. So still another big round of community engagement and refinement and feedback as we create more detail and have the draft plan. And with that, I will pass it back to the mayor.
Are you aware that contracts have been initiated through all the south portion of the riverfront?
I'm aware there's discussions, but I'm not aware they've actually been executed.
Yeah, we've had a number of discussions with, property owners in the south and the north. We have not seen anything as staff, but we've heard that there's ongoing discussions with interested groups to develop parts of the south, but I can't speak to specifics because I have not seen specifics. And so at this juncture, it's been mostly discussions with property owners in the south and the north and all throughout the planning area, but we've seen no specifics with deals that have been struck or contracts that have been signed.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you. That looks good. I appreciate the changes that were made. I know for safety, so I think that looks good. I feel like you hit all the areas that we had concerns, and I'll let everybody else speak for themselves, but I know for me, all the areas that I had concerns about or places where I thought the public had, strong arguments on both sides, I feel like you threaded that needle really well. Has the property owners seen this iteration, and do they have any notes or comments or any conflicts with what you guys, or is this the first time the public, they'd be seeing it?
This is the first time everyone has seen some of these refinements. Okay. Are you speaking about the northern property owners or southern or all?
I mean, I'm thinking of south, of the southern,
The south.
but obviously there's some in the north too, so.
Right.
The southern concept actually has not changed since our last discussion, but we'll continue to work with the property owner on additional refinements, but we had a whole series of 5 or 6 meetings earlier this year. We did speak with each of the private property owners in the northern riverfront, showed the concept, talked through this change of this or hospitality or at least moving away from residential, and got feedback on that. So the city as the big property owner, this is the new release tonight.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
I have a question. What is the,
Leslie's coming up soon, so okay.
what is the, I'll say maybe like legal protection difference between using a term like open space versus conservation easement within a specific plan?
Open space is really the zoning designation, and that's largely what it is right now, although it's technically just public. But open space would be a category to describe the intensity of use essentially as a zoning. The conservation side of it, whether it's a conservation easement or agreements or a compact with either tribes or state agencies, that's usually something around operations, but also restoration projects. So they're a little bit different from a legal standpoint. if that makes sense.
I just know when we were originally talking about this space, we talked about, I want to say that there were even, that at that time, City Manager Tippin said something like bird sanctuary or something like, we've discussed all of the things that it has been called over the years, and I want to make sure that when we can, within this plan, that we are using as specific of language as possible, because a specific plan is specific. And I don't want it to be general or, you know, I understand in concept there are spaces which are like, in a perfect world, we would dream of it looking like this. But where we can be specific so that it can be enforceable language, because if I was to give a criticism of the downtown specific plan, in the last year, we've ran into a couple of different hiccups regarding technicalities and loopholes. So I want to make sure that we do a good job of being as specific as possible. And so I want to also maintain that conservation space or open space, easement, whatever, unbuildable.
No, that's a great point.
Thank you.
And this planning process helps to define that and clean up, you know, things that may be multi-decades of different layers from different state projects or city projects. So, great point.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
All right, Les, you want to talk? Okay. All right, sorry about that. All right, any other questions?
I have-
Go ahead, yes, sir.
I mean, I'm satisfied with the plan. Only question I have is, I wish I had access to these slide decks earlier so I could approach some other people, public, and get their feedback. And this is the first time we are seeing it, and this is such a far-reaching plan, then I would like to see if you are asking us to approve it today or approve it in 2 weeks and have some opportunity for us to reach out to the public.
Yeah, so the idea behind tonight, and certainly I can take ownership over the time at which you got the slide deck, although our intention from the get-go was to have this be accepted as a presentation, so it wasn't in your packets. But the decision being made tonight is really just to direct us to follow this conceptually in terms of its framework, and then when we can get down to the nuts and bolts of drafting that plan, like Dan mentioned, there'll be more community engagement. We'll be able to see specific language. We'll have the council look at specific renderings, 3D modeling, like we can really get into the details. And so I wouldn't view it as an approval. Really, I think the staff recommendation language is to direct us to go to work and get those specifics for you. And also, importantly, start our environmental review process, because that takes some time. So this is not set in stone. It's really refining and tweaking the overall big picture concept so we can come back to this body and to the community with real specifics. And like Dan mentioned, we're 6 months away from an approval, at least I would say, to get us through the holidays and into the spring. So this is really the springboard of get to work and get us specifics and come back and check in again.
I completely understand. There's a lot more to be done in the details, and public will have the opportunity to give a feedback.
Absolutely.
But my personal feeling is that if we can just have, bring it back for the approval for the next meeting, it shouldn't delay in the bigger scheme of the things anything, and get some public feedback opportunity.
Well, the intention of this report and presentation was to answer. I'll second what Councilmember Audette said. I really appreciate. I know that I gave like 6 or 7 different questions and changes that I wanted made, but I did feel like that my questions and requests were respected and taken into account in this, which were from, I think, from all of us, from the public. And so the intention of this was to say, hey, you gave us all of this feedback. These were your questions. You wanted, these are the answers to those questions. And then it actually says in the staff report, except the emerging Reading Riverfront specific plan concept presentation. So we're accepting the presentation and authorizing staff to move forward with the next steps.
Is that a
So,
motion?
I will make a motion to do items 1 and 2, accept the report and presentation and authorize staff to move forward with that next.
I'll second that.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm glad to see what I see here. I've had some one-on-one meetings, and I'll relay what Councilor Resner said there is we're seeing the fruits of what we've requested here, so I'm really satisfied with that. In regards to the renderings that we've seen, I think it's just a good reminder for the public that these are just ideas. We don't want the public confused to see the renderings and say, this is what is gonna happen. These are just ideas, and it's gonna take a developer or people that have money, but they're just ideas, and I just wanna make sure that we relay that really clearly to the public, because it's a possibility, so.
All right.
Yeah, understood.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Do you guys see any harm in just bringing for vote for 2 weeks?
No, we'll have
Yes,
plenty of time
delay
now,
is
man.
harm.
We're
I'm
not
sorry?
gonna delay.
I mean, yeah, just because I want this to get to the meat. I've been waiting for the
Yeah.
renderings
go.
for
Is
a
there-
I understand
year and
what
a
I'm
half
saying.
now.
I understand, but I'm saying is this the first time, not just the public, even city council is seeing the final, it's not, I know it's not the final product, but this concepts as a finalized.
We've been seeing these concepts
Yeah.
over and over and over, and
I know you
Moving
haven't been in
forward.
this process as long as us, so I can understand how you're
What
feeling.
I'm saying is, this is the first time these final slides from the presentation are being presented to the public. I would feel much more comfortable that we give public a little bit of time and give us a feedback when we have this process for
The public's
multi-year
not
process.
here right now.
I do hear what you're saying. You want to make sure that we're not missing something.
That's what I'm
That is
saying.
important to the public.
That's what I'm saying.
And so I totally get that. And my response to that is to say that that's going to happen as soon as we say, go forward with this. When we get to the next place and they bring this and show people what it would look like, then that's where that feedback comes in. Because even if they had feedback right now, it wouldn't change the direction.
No, I understand that. See, here's my issue with this. I have actually asked for these slides for, even yesterday I'd asked for the slides. I would love to have these slides or presentation being given to us in advance so we can actually review them and get some public feedback. That's what I'm talking about.
I think that's fair. I think
Okay.
that's fair.
And that's
I
why
just-
I'm asking that.
I think my guess, if I had to guess, it's because it's so minor to where it was when the last presentation and the little tweaks that were made based on our feedback. It's like, did we do the things you said the last time? Do you feel like they addressed your issues from the last time, Dr. Danuka?
No, I do understand that, but as a process part, I feel that these things should be made public and public should be given some advance. I mean, if this thing was available, the slide deck was available in the packet on Thursday
Yeah,
with the agenda.
But she was asking you, do you feel like the things
Yes, my
you brought
questions are
up
answered. I'm
were-
happy with that. What I was saying is, if this slide deck was available Thursday, somebody from public could have read it and say, hey,
Yes, that
this is
true.
something which
That's true, but
you
they'll
have not
plenty
seen.
of time
that
now.
is
The
true.
decks are out. They'll
Can we
have
make
plenty
sure
of-
The
that
deck is
doesn't?
out just now.
Well, we're voting.
We're,
I know, Jack, you always say that, but I have the, let me just
No, I
just
have a first
address
and
my
a
concern.
second, and
if
we've
he
heard
can
you.
make an alternate
All right,
motion, it
yep,
just
go ahead.
requires a second.
So I'm just saying that I would like to see these things in advance, at least few days in advance, so public has an input on before we vote on anything. That's all I'm saying.
You're right.
And
This is,
if you want to interrupt me, okay, I'll just not speak.
Well, I mean, you said the same thing over and over.
And you are interrupting me again and again.
Yes.
do you have an alternate motion that you are making?
No, I will support the motion, but do understand what I'm saying. In the future, if you're making these multi-year plans, please, whatever the final presentation is, bring it to the public at least few days in advance.
I agree.
We all agree with that.
Sounds great.
We all agree.
If it's helpful, I'll add that this will be posted to the website tomorrow. And additionally, I'll take ownership over the fact that this was originally accepting of a presentation. Oftentimes, when we have council accept presentations, we We write up a staff report that gives the basics, and then we have that presentation ready for you. I hear what you're saying. Certainly, there's also many more off-ramps and opportunities for comments, so we'll get this out on the website tomorrow. I hear you, not making excuses, but at the same time, there will be opportunity for the public to weigh in even on this very conceptual framework and continue to do refinements, and we'll do better next time.
Jason, I'm perfectly happy with you. You've done your job. My problem is every time this happens, we make something at the last second, and the council later says that, oh, we were not told in advance. That's what I'm talking about, the process, not your job. You did well.
I'm going to
Thank you.
chime in and say this is not a last-minute decision. This outline specifically says starting in 2023, but I believe that I made the motion to explore this concept in 2021, 2022. It's been a very, very, very long process. I think to some community members, a very frustrating at its length process, probably to council members also. So this isn't a last minute decision. We are simply voting to accept a presentation and say, go forth and continue on this project. I'm not voting language, so.
Anything else, Paul? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, unanimous. Okay. Yep. 9.6A. Ratification of Boney Access Program. Mr. Minnie.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I first wanted to ask if Councilmember Audette would like a presentation or just a few questions, because I'm
Yeah,
available to do both.
my concern with this is that it's asking for 3 additional positions so the original grant was for $879,000, which we got in 2023. I know that was broken up into, so that lasts maybe a year of funding or 2. And then, I'm sorry, probably 400,000 a year, whatever it is, you told it to me. But why would I add, if the grant funding is only 500,000, why would we add 3 more positions?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer the question. So this is actually the 3rd time we've gone for this grant program. We did one in 2022, one in 2023. We used to have a crew size of 4, for which we leveraged existing positions to get this new crew. The last grant cycle, we did not apply, so we actually cut our crew in half. So we have 2 people working. They are able to be funded until basically the end of June in 2026. We would like to apply to have a 3-person crew. All of these positions are actually already, I believe we already have position control for them in our budget. So we're just applying for that continued funding.
Well, then why
These
would you
positions-
ask for 3 positions if those positions already exist?
Because they won't have a funding source, so we won't have enough funds to be able to pay for the position. So they're hourly, so essentially if we didn't have a funding source for them, they would be released.
So are you saying that if you don't have a funding source, that position goes away?
Yes.
It does? It goes off the books?
Yes, these are not positions that we have a lot of limited term. These are essentially what you would call a full-time temporary employee.
Okay, so it's 3 positions, if you get the 500,000, and it will be a limit of 3.
Yes. So that would be all that we can fund with that funding source, is 3 positions essentially.
Okay.
We use an existing position as the match position, and they work with that crew.
And they stay full-time?
Yeah, they're full-time.
That's
But
a
we do
full-time-
have a lot of attrition, so what ends up happening is you will see someone from this crew eventually graduates into more of a full-time role.
So I would approve it if you condition this as temporary full-time position. Is that what you're calling it? A temporary full-time
Public
position?
Works maintenance workers can be in that role. I believe there's a gardener in this as well. But again, we always have attrition and that position moves up. So it
But are
hasn't
you
been an
calling
issue in
them
the past.
temporary full-time positions?
The gardeners are not temporary full.
Whatever this 3 additional persons are.
Can I ask Director Robinette to come up and
He
explain?
really wants to. He
I-
like
yeah,
almost
he's
came,
dancing
like, 4
around behind
times.
you.
Yeah. And he doesn't have to go to the
He's putting
bathroom.
tap shoes
So
on.
first, full-time temp is a very specific thing. It means that you're working 40 hours a week for a limited period of time. So I want to be careful about that terminology. But what I think you're suggesting is what we would do with the budget. If council chose to not approve it and/or we didn't receive it from the state government, we would immediately return to council, removing those positions from the budget, and/or Travis would instantly make sure they're vacant so that we were no longer spending money on that because we would have no funding source. But to Travis's point, the budget includes those positions, expecting that we will continue to receive this grant. And at which time that we don't receive the grant, then we would remove them from the budget.
Then why would I add 3 additional positions?
There's not a budget resolution attached, so I can tell you we are not, council is not approving any addition to positions this evening because there's no budget resolution attached.
This is just asking for permission to apply. If we had to come back to ask for additional positions, we would do that, but that is not part of this. That is the planned expenditure for the grant funds.
So you're not asking for 3 additional positions?
No, if we had to do that, if we did not already have budget authorization, we would come back with a specific request for that. I do believe we already do
So
have.
if
But
we-
there are already positions that
continuation.
exist right now?
Yes.
Okay.
We have
So we
4
don't need 3
authorized. We're
additional.
filling 2 right now.
So can we strike that from this staff report?
Well, this is just about a grant, isn't it?
Yeah, just for clarification, I'm not seeing it in the recommended action, so,
Fiscal impact will be to obtain a grant funding for 3 additional positions.
yeah,
It's in the
but
second.
that's not quite the same as the action of creating the
So
position.
question, we're not creating the positions. If we do get approved for the grant, we still have the opportunity to come back and return the grant money.
As long as it doesn't say we're
Any
adding
given-
3
Yeah, no,
additional
the
positions,
recommendation
I'm
is
good.
just to approve the grant application.
I'm happy to do that. I just don't want to add 3 additional positions.
No, they're
That's all
not new
I'm asking.
positions. They're existing positions that would be funded by a grant. They're not all filled, but to the grant, it is a new
Yeah, no, I
job.
understand what you're saying. The language on this says
Feels confusing.
for 3 additional positions. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't adding positions.
I understand that concern.
Great. Awesome. Thank
We'll
you.
fix that wording next time,
I-
not to cause any confusion.
Okay. I make
Yeah.
a motion to accept.
I'll second.
Who made the first?
Audette.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Again, I've already voted for
Thank
it.
you.
This is the wrong, we've had 9, 10 up and not,
Yes.
all right. Mr. Robinette, 9, 10, consider City of Reading General Fund Quarterly Financial Report,
Oh, we
ending
already-
September.
we had already voted for on this item.
You and Mike both already voted?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I've been presenting this report for a long time. I know for sure over the years, at times my tone has maybe shifted around these reports. And I think tonight will mark another kind of shift in tone and urgency in which we need to act. But I did want to start with contextualizing what is the quarterly financial update. And the quarterly financial update is a measurement of the projections of expenses through the month of September in this case, relative to the actual expenditures. We do this for both revenues and expenses, but it's important to know that it's a measurement through the first 3 months. So anything you see is basically a measurement against that. So anything that appears to be over budget, it's only relative to the cash flow projection through the month of September. And the same is true with revenues. If they're short revenues relative to the projections, it's through the month of September. And so we still have 9 more months after this update in the fiscal year. In years past, I'd say we use the quarterly update we always use the quarterly update to be a barometer of our fiscal health and maybe indicate to council what future decisions might lie ahead. I think that there's enough information in this quarterly update to compel council to potentially consider future workshop or something of that nature that I'll discuss later in the presentation. But I also will say that the update focuses on revenues because there's more volatility potential in revenues and there's less control. If you think about the general fund, there's about $110 million roughly of total budgeted revenues. 60 million of that is to revenues that the city doesn't collect, we don't enforce. That's in the case of sales tax and property tax. Sales tax, of course, is collected by California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and property tax is collected by the county. And so I just want to point that out, that a lot of these revenues are not revenues that the city has control over. They are a byproduct of economic activity or things of that nature. So with that, I will get started. So as I usually start with the general fund cash balance. And so Cash at September 30th is following a typical pattern, albeit it is lower than I would expect or be comfortable with it being. The typical pattern is the V pattern. I actually have a slide on the next slide that will try to illustrate this a little bit on budgeted information, how we actually know that we're going to use reserves through the first 6 months of the year. I will also note that as part of the Oracle transition, we actually split the general fund into two different funds. One is accounting for grants activity, and one is accounting for kind of the general fund, operational, normal, quote-unquote, expenses that we expect. In years past, those amounts would actually be combined into one number that was the general fund. If you reference the cash report that was discussed earlier, there's about $4.8 million in that grants general fund that typically would be part of the general fund. Now that we've separated that for transparency to make it easier for everybody to understand the differences between the general fund and our actual grants that are general fund related, that cash is now held separately. Additionally, through the month of September, and I will note that this is a little confusing, but this grant predates our conversion to Oracle. There's about $2.5 million that the general fund is owed from FEMA for the SAFER grant. So again, just some context around that cash number. I'm not completely dismissing it. I'm just suggesting that there is some useful context for council to understand. And then I'll also point out the projected June 30th, 2026 number is based on our current 10-year plan. I slightly alluded to it. I'm going to continue to talk about it. I think that there is a need for us to start to consider, particularly sales tax, we'll cover it in the upcoming slides. What does the general fund 10-year plan look like if we are to make changes to certain assumptions? What would be the ramifications to the 10-year plan? I think we should do that through a workshop process. But if we don't do anything, I can guarantee you the 10-year plan is not going to come in at a 10.7% reserve. And so I want council to be aware of that as we're talking about this. That's based on the adopted 10-year plan that was adopted in June by council. I can already tell you there's needs to make changes to it. And one of those would be sales tax. We should have a robust conversation about what we believe the sales tax assumption should be, but I'll get into some of those details in the coming slides.
Can you hold on for a second? So this, the title of this slide says general fund cash balance, but but the numbers are talking about the reserves. So you're talking about your general fund balance, or are you talking about reserve balance in this slide?
When you say reserves versus cash, what do you mean?
What you wrote on the top of this, general fund cash balance, and you wrote over here,
Reserves and
which is what's
cash, I
demonstrated.
use them interchangeably. So reserve to me is our cash balance. There's no difference. So I could
There's
put
no
cash.
difference to the balance in the general fund versus what our reserve?
Cash and reserve are a word that I use interchangeably. to
Okay,
mean the
but
same
this
thing.
is the general fund cash balance versus the reserve balance. Are those the same number?
They're the same number. There's no difference there. I'm not sure where we've ever implied there's a difference between those two things, but our reserve that is measured for the purposes of the council policy is our cash balance.
Okay, so this is so your general fund cash balance that you're giving us in our proof of cash, that general fund balance is the same as our reserve.
Yeah, the difference is how it's measured. That was actually a point I was going to get to. The general fund reserve policy means that we measure it at June 30th. And so this negative balance, if we wanted to measure it at the end of any given month, it would require the general fund to carry probably a 25 to 30% reserve so that we could maintain a 10% reserve through any given month.
I just want to make sure that we're agreeing on terms.
Unless there's something you've seen that suggests that reserve means something other than cash, I believe we agree on the term.
I just want to make sure that the general fund cash balance and reserve both mean the same exact thing. And that's what you're saying. I got it.
So the coming slides will help provide breakdowns as to why I'm suggesting there's a need to act. So this is a slide that's new to council. It's a lot to look at, but I'll try to walk through it. It's important to know this is as budgeted. It's not actual information. And so the light blue is our projected revenues. The dark blue is our projected expenses. The green line is the resulting cash. So as you can see on the slide, during the first quarter and second quarter of our fiscal year, we have more expenses than revenues, which causes our cash balance to decline through the first half of the year. Then we have a revenue that's over approximately $30 million that we will collect in January and in May, which causes Q3 and Q4 to actually receive more revenue than we have expenses through the second half of the year. And so that's kind of that V pattern that I always talk about with cash. If you go back to any of our quarterly updates, you'll see this pattern play out over the course of the years.
Well, last year it didn't do that. Q2 and Q3 were both negative.
I'd have to go look at the exact numbers. I would assume Q3 was higher than Q2.
I believe
Q3 was
slower
negative.
because of the lack of the pilot transfer. Is that correct?
No, we had a pilot transfer. Q3 had negative, it was negative 500,000. And Q2 was a negative too.
How much was Q2? Because what I'm saying
You tell
is-
me.
What I'm saying is, I don't remember last year's information. I'm here to present the first quarter. What I'm saying
Well,
is.
you're
is
saying
that-
it's a pattern. A pattern would need previous years.
I think what he is saying is that it is common to expect that when we get our property tax bills in
Cash will begin to go up.
November.
I would say that it is actually not common for Q1 to be a negative. It's actually, I can't find it in the
You're saying
record.
I believe he's saying for it to be V-shaped like this is
Well,
what it
do you-
is that I interpreted what
Yes,
he
I'm
was
saying that the V shape of cash is normal.
We are at a negative. I know that it goes down. I know that it goes down in December. We all know that. We've known that forever.
I'm not
but
arguing
It doesn't
the-
go negative.
I'm not, it doesn't sound like that's
And
what
I'm not
he's
suggesting
arguing
that
either. He's
Q1
saying
being
the
negative is
shape,
normal either.
the shape of the graph.
Yeah, that's fine, but this shape goes below zero.
The triangle shape is what it is that he is saying is common. He's not saying where it is on the graph is common.
We all know it's a triangle. We all know that it goes down in December, but it does not go negative. But for the last year, it's gone negative.
When I started here, for the first 4 years I worked here, it was negative in December, pretty much every year.
Was that 2008?
I started in 2014, and from 2014 to 2018, it was regularly negative on the December cash report. I'm not suggesting it is normal for us to be negative at the end of September, but I'm telling you it was very normal for us to be negative in December. I can show you all the reports.
From 2014 to 2018?
Yes,
Okay. I'd love to see that.
I can show
Can
them
you
to you
continue?
whenever you'd like. So moving on to the next slide. This is just a general high-level overview. The coming slides, I will get into some of the information about the details here. In a perfect world, you would want the revenues budgeted and actual to be perfectly the same, and the same with the expenses. As you can see here, that's not the case. Revenues are under projections by $3.4 million. Expenses are over projections by about $860,000. In the coming slides, I'll talk about some of the details of that information. So first up, we're going to go over the revenues. Again, I want to emphasize that this is a measurement relative to the cash flow projections through September. So first, just to kind of re-baseline and talk about sales tax before I talk about the negative $820,000. During the budget process, we discussed with council the assumptions that were used in this forecast. Those assumptions were assuming that from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 25, it would be flat. And then from fiscal year 2025 to 26, it would go up 2%. From fiscal year 26 to 27, another 2%. And then every year thereafter would be a 2.5% growth. Through the first quarter, we are down $820,000 below the projection. This is down 7% year over year through the first quarter of the fiscal year. And it's down relative to the budget projection, 10%. Some of this is the result of one-time adjustments. We had a meeting with our sales tax consultant in October, and they basically explained that economically through the month of June in 2025, we were flat economically. So if we were talking economically to our forecast, then we would, if we wanted to use that data point, we would use a 0% assumption. But there were one-time assumptions that caused it to look maybe worse than flat. Also, I think it's important to note that FY 2025 ended up coming in below the flat projection from FY 24. And so there's multiple factors here that are causing pressure on this. What I think is important, if we simply wanted to use a flat assumption in fiscal year 2026 from fiscal year 2025, it would mean reducing revenues by approximately $1.1 million per year. I'm not suggesting that that's what we want council to act on tonight, but I think it's important for council to have that context. The next slide will get into some details of historical averages quarter over quarter and display some of that information that helps see how it really is a drastic drop-off that's causing some of this pressure on the sales tax revenue. But next, I want to talk about the property tax revenue. The property tax revenue through the month of September is only about $390,000. It is under projection, but recently the county assessor's office completed their annual report, which is a very good indicator of what we can expect to see in terms of growth in our property tax. So they project a little over 4% year-over-year growth. This is a good time to remind council, what was our assumptions relative to property tax? Relative to property tax from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025, I also want to add, why are we talking about fiscal year 25? That's because fiscal year 25 is not done at the time we are creating the budget or at the time we adopt the budget. So we have to make some type of assumption relative to completion of that year so that we can then assume what's going to happen in fiscal year 2026. So for fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025, during the budget development process, we said that would be a 4.5% increase. For fiscal year 2025, it actually beat that assumption slightly. And then we assumed 3% for every year thereafter for growth. With a 4% growth, that'll actually be positive news in the property tax arena as we move into January and May and we actually receive that revenue. Rough calculations, it would probably help the general fund to the tune of about $400,000 per year. Moving on to the next slide. This is where I was talking about, you can really, I think it really emphasizes what's going on with sales tax. As I stated, during the budget process, we assumed that it would be up 2%. So for it to be down 7% year over year, that's what's happening right there. I think that green line does a great job of illustrating the fact that the actual sales tax has gone down year over year. And some of that's for one-time adjustments, but as I stated during our conversation with our advisor, there is true economic activity that's flatlined from the previous quarter, which would be the end of June, same time period. During in the next month, we'll meet with them again regarding quarter ending September. We will receive what they call as the true up next week. And so we'll actually have some data point to understand what happened during the month or during the quarter that ended in September. But the presentation from our advisor is always very helpful because they can break down some nuance within there and help us identify certain industries and things that might be lagging behind, or if there's one-time adjustments, they can help us identify that information. Again, as I mentioned on the previous slide, property tax through September is not a significant source of revenue. Through December, it won't be a significant source of revenue either. Once we hit January, we'll see that number jump up and be over $16 million of revenue, and I expect it to actually beat our current forecast. Transient occupancy tax, it has continued to grow this fiscal year, which is a positive. And cannabis and other taxes continue to just kind of bounce along. They're not doing great, but they're also not major sources of revenue to the general fund.
Can I ask a question? You said we're 7%, did you say we're 7% under?
10% under
10%
projection.
under projection?
7% down year over year.
Okay. Do you know of a time in the city in which that we have ever projected a negative?
I went back recently.
Is that
all the way back to our 2009 budget, and we've never projected sales tax to actually drop. Has sales tax dropped? Yeah, if you go back, to 2007, 2008, when the Great Recession happened, I know for a fact it dropped. But we've never used that as a projection when we're building the budget. It's more of a reactionary thing that requires our action as that fiscal year progresses.
Have we ever used zero?
I've never seen that we've used zero.
We should use flat. I mean, flat, we did flat in '24.
I know,
We
but
changed it to flat. We went down last year, sales tax went down.
Yeah, and you changed it to flat. I'm just saying he said 7% under. Yeah. I'm essentially saying when we're building a budget, have we ever guessed a negative number?
No.
Well, I think we did make an adjustment we modified down -5 something percent
we
in
certainly
24.
modify the revenues
Yeah, we
down,
went down.
but
We
as
didn't
the-
go down enough, but we did go
As the
negative.
assumption, I think Aaron's question, or Councilmember Resner's question is, have we ever used an assumption
Yes.
that wouldn't be, like, the lowest I've ever seen us use actually is 2% that we use this budget. Again, that only goes back to like 2010 history, so I'd have to go back further than that to confirm what I believe. But typically, the assumptions you use during the budget development process are based on historical averages.
Okay.
And the averages, if you go even over the past 10 years, we've averaged 3.4% growth. I will say in our conversation with our advisors, they see a little bit of a changing outlook on the sales tax. There's a variety of reasons for that. I'm still trying to digest if I fully agree with all of them, but I certainly see what they're saying as to maybe some reason that maybe even 2% might be a little optimistic. You know, typically you would see sales tax match inflation over, I'm talking historic averages, right? Because if prices go up, sales tax goes up. What they are observing and what they conveyed to us is basically we're seeing baby boomers move into retirement age. So their conjecture is we're seeing less, let's say, taxable purchases consumed by baby boomer generation. And then they stated pretty bluntly that, you know, so far the younger generations aren't very interested in buying taxable goods. Whether that will change will be interesting to observe, but those are kind of the two things that they observed. I'll add a couple points of commentary. First, the impact on inflation has been a real one on everybody's pocketbooks. And importantly, if you're somebody that doesn't own a home, it's going to impact you even more. So I think that's some of what we might be seeing with younger generations is they might be renting instead of owning. I know that's a topic we hear about being discussed nationally. And so it's easier for a landlord to raise your rent if you have a fixed mortgage. That payment's going to be steady for you instead of being subject to a landlord increasing your rent, which would be yet another pressure of inflation that we could be seeing.
Less stops at Home Depot. Well, but we do have 3 years of sales tax returns that we were at 30.2, 30.7, and 30.2 million. So we do have 3 years where we're very flat. So it makes a lot of sense that we would go to zero and not expect a large increase. And if we go to zero, then we would be budgeting responsibly so that if it goes above that, fantastic. But at least we know we're not trying, we've got 3 years of what it's looked like. There's really no reason to think that it's going to be more than that.
So the true up,
Which now it might even be less than that.
the true up you said is coming next week. Is that what you said?
We'll receive the amount. I won't receive the full details of the reports. Like I said, those are very helpful. We get those from our advisors because they do a lot of analysis within the nuance of all of our different industries where sales tax is collected. But we will receive the true up number next week. I'm expecting it by hopefully the end of the week.
The true up can sometimes hurt us. It can sometimes help us. It can go.
Yeah,
both ways.
it
Is
really
that correct?
depends on the economic activity, to be honest.
It's right here.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to see that data. Like when you hear about it, I don't know.
Yeah,
The
I
rest of the
could
council
share
would
that
like to hear
information maybe next week on the Friday update. We could share what we received and what tea leaves we can read from it. Obviously, those wouldn't be the robust information that we could get from our consultant that can analyze every field within that data.
Yeah, and what I'm also hearing is property tax looks like it's going to be better, but we're not also changing our assumptions to increase our property tax. And sometimes
Well, I want to pause. I mean, I haven't got to the end of my presentation. I'm
sorry to
suggesting.
derail.
I'm
It's not
suggesting.
going to get better.
I thought I heard the projections in an email you maybe sent or maybe data we talked about. You said we'd be given a pulse that maybe come time January, the property tax might be coming in above our
I think
projections.
well, based on the report from the assessor's office, it's going to be roughly 4.2%, I think, growth in property tax assessment.
It's not enough. And we put 4.5
And we assume
in our
3%.
assessment, in our projection.
So there is a little bit there, but it's not as robust as the conversation around the decline in sales tax revenue. And so I think, I kind of want to finish the presentation.
Yeah.
I think these are all good conversations for council to have. My recommendation would be to have those at a structured workshop where we can discuss our budget holistically so that we're being strategic
Like what we
with the
just did for
changes.
3 4 months?
But let me just, I have a couple slides and then I think we can have these conversations. So the next slide, again, is budget to actual through September. So again, no department is over budget. If these trends continue, we will continue to monitor them and bring them back to council for review and potential changes. The largest of which there is the fire budget, and that's mostly driven by, you'll see in your report, overtime. There's a seasonality to overtime, and usually that kind of self-corrects, but we'll keep our eye on it and continue to report back to council. But at this time, there's nothing to be overly alarmed at other than the structural nature of our budget, which brings me to the kind of the last slide here, which is kind of the forward-looking, what should we do? And I think at best, we can say sales tax revenue needs to be considering a flat assumption. Something else that I wrote in my report is we get some negative CalPERS. Every August, we receive updated actuarial report. In that actuarial report, there's going to be some additional pressure on the general fund in the form of unfunded liability. This impacts us about $811,000 in the first year, $1.1 million, and then kind of tails off thereafter. There are some sources of one-time money that council could use to help buy time, so to speak, but ultimately my recommendation, I've been watching this for many years, and in the past, I'd say the reason maybe there wasn't as much urgency to the conversation was we had a healthy cash reserve. Our cash reserve to begin the year was below 10%. We can't continue to bleed cash, and so I think council needs to prepare a budget workshop where we can have a robust conversation about all of our revenue projections, again, because we have more information 6 months later that should be considered, and have a robust conversation around our expenditures and the priorities of this council in a strategic way where we're not making onesie-twosie decisions. I think we need to talk about the entire picture again from 6 months ago. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Wesley, and then we'll bring you back up and ask questions.
I think I need to preface this by saying I want to like you. There's a lot about you that is likable, but I find myself standing up here sounding like a mean girl, and I'm not trying to be that. But when you come and give a quarterly report, an annual report, any report, and every single time the statements get made, well, I'll bring that to you later. I'll have that information to you later. It does not build much trust. So my biggest question would be, will those workshops be filmed for the public? Because now more than ever, I think we are not only wanting, but demanding a seat at that table to have those conversations and be involved, especially when these presentations are clear as mud. They're a mess. And when you say things like, reserves and cash balance are used interchangeably, and I don't know where you've ever thought there was a difference. I'm sitting here saying I could probably pull back my notes because I use the same book every meeting and tell you where you did stop and yell at her and say, no, those are two different things. I can almost guarantee I can find that in the notes. So I know why she's confused, because I'm confused. And I've been watching it, and I don't have as much information because I wasn't at the workshops. But this is frustrating. So now that Measure A did not pass, we're in a mess. How do we fix it? I also sat here in meetings where I heard over and over, no, we're not negative. We're not in a crisis. And now I'm hearing, and I quote, if we don't do anything with our 10-year plan, we need to make changes because it's really bad. She's been saying that for 8 meetings now. I mean, this is why it is so important that people ask questions. Dr. Danuka's been asking more questions. Councilwoman Resner asked a good question today. I wrote it down so that when I do my recap, I can give her kudos. Then you've got Mr. Let's Play Nice and Mr. Let's Sit Back and Do Nothing asking nothing. We need transparency. I expect that those budget hearings will be made available to the public or something, because this is ridiculous. I want to like you. Sorry.
Well, I'm sure those budget workshops will be public.
I sure hope so. They were public last time.
Last time also they were public.
Yeah, last time it was open to the public. They're always open to the public. I don't know that I have any actual questions, so if anybody, I have a recommendation of what I would like to do, so maybe I will start there. I'm attempting to decide whether or not I'm gonna answer some of Leslie's. I've been saying that the budget was a big deal. The budget was a big deal since we were campaigning, and that it was going to be a really big problem. So I just want to say it has been a couple of years in which that I was saying that the budget was a big deal, and I was told that I was being dramatic about it. But I think that what we should do, and I have a suggestion that I would like based on this information, because the reality is that Measure A didn't actually, would not have fixed some of the budgeting issues that we have and addressed much more of a like asset and long-term liability. So I'm going to bring all of those into one conversation. I believe, I like the idea that was suggested by the finance director of a budget workshop. I would like to suggest to this council and to staff that they bring it back, a workshop for the budget at a 2018 level, because I think that it is extremely important that this council decides what levers to pull, what assets we want to hang on to, what's the cost of hanging on to those assets, where are we willing to make cuts. I believe that I don't want to give city attorney a panic attack, so I'm going to couch this appropriately. I am aware that pay cuts can only be unrepped employees and that pertains to this specific item. But my goal is to recenter a baseline and for this council to build back out of the general fund a budget, because I think that we are at a, honestly, we're at a turning point, and I think that we need to know exactly what is in each of the things, and we need to, or each of the buckets, and we need to weigh in on and listen to this community of what things are they willing to close. Do they, would they rather have a civic? Would they rather have a library? Would they rather have firemen and police officers? Are they willing to let Big League Dreams close? Those are the sort of things that we have levers and access to within the general fund. And I think that this council should weigh in specifically on every single one of those topics and items. So I would like staff to bring that back. I'm assuming staff's going to tell me that should probably be a workshop series, but that's my 2 cents, my motion.
I think it would make sense to be multiple meetings, just because it's going to be a lot of information if we do it that way.
No, I was just going to mention, I mean, I think that, you know, from staff's perspective, Greg and I have been talking for last week or so about, you know, we need to come up with a resolve and a budget workshop, and working with city council to prioritize those items would be our best step. Whether or not we go back to a 2018 level or we go to 2020, I think 20 level, I think we could probably compare those side by side to see what maybe is that best baseline. Maybe it is the 2018, it's very possible, but it gives us some sort of baseline to reset our current budget. And then we can look at, I think of it in 3 different categories. I look at, one is staffing, second, facilities, or even property. I wouldn't want to forget about any properties. The city does own property. We may need to release or sell some assets. And then also programs. And when I think of programs, I think of things like the library, or is it recreation programs? Those specific items, I think, touch base or, you know, really are affecting the general fund. And I think we had the chance to break that down and then present those items to city council with some options. It would take the directors and our team getting at the table and making some good options, analysis, and putting some dollar figures to that. I think in the next couple weeks, we'll obviously know some more revenue information, and that would be very helpful for us to bring back. I think we could bring something back to the city council in an open, public meeting. That would be, I think, right around December 18th is what we were thinking. It would give us time to maybe provide the information a week before, right around December 11th. And then we could sit down with the council and have that discussion. We could have each director present some items that might be beneficial to the impact of the revenue and expenditures.
I just want for clarity, because you said positions and I said pay cuts, that I would like to look at positions, and I would like to specifically look at director pay and unrepped staff.
I think part of the exercise that Steve mentions, rolling the budget back to 2018, would be primarily exercising a rollback of positions as a starting point for the conversation to those previous levels. So positions would be included in that. I mean, that would be, but they would be costed at the current pay rates under the reduction of positions potentially, so that then council can hear. The hope is that there would be money to add back to the budget at that point, that then council could choose the priorities within the resources that were identified.
So when I mention positions, I guess I'm also thinking maybe there's a hiring freeze, or, we have to analyze those positions that are vacant, or, what is a soft hiring freeze. So we're looking at ways that we might be able to help out with those projections over time. If you're going to freeze those positions, then, that can certainly help out our projections. Or if there's going to be some alternative decisions within, we've done furloughs before. We've done costs, we've done cuts to salaries before. So
Yeah, I
we could look at that.
just wanted to be clear that I do not want anything to be off of the table. And the reason I suggested 2018, and the reason why I asked the question about have we ever predicted negative numbers, is that if we were to work back, I feel like 2018 is a decent starting point to feel like somebody's slogan is build back better, but maybe it's yours. Build back together.
Councilmember Audette?
I have some questions. So revenue is down 15% overall. 8 of the 12 revenue streams are below projection. That's 14, when it comes to sales tax, that's 14 straight quarters where it is failed from the projection. So I definitely think a flat is appropriate to come back to council with. In addition, the 20 of 33 expenditures are over where they should be at this point. The reserves, I would love a definition of what you think reserves are, because as far as I can find in all the documents that we have in policy 412, it's a set aside of available funds to help us in times where we have cash flow issues or unexpected, but it's an unreserved balance. It's not restricted or committed. It's not grant funding. It's none of those things. It's a special category of cash that we have available to us to use at our discretion if we so need it. And so when you're talking about reserves and you add a paragraph that is quite convoluted, and instead of giving the straight understanding, I believe you wrote in here that it's easier is the word you use to describe what you're providing. And I don't know that as an accounting term. Do you mean accurate?
I guess I'm confused what your question is.
Under the reserves on page 3, you say that as you're describing the reserves, that you've separated the general fund cash balance and grant general fund to make it easier.
To make it, you can use the word more transparent, make it easier to understand the difference between the general fund reserves and money that we hold, that we owe something to somebody.
Which would make it not reserves, because it's not unrestricted cash that we have available to us, correct?
Yes, but in our previous reporting, it was all living within our cash or our reserves at any given monthly period.
It was in the general fund cash,
Yes.
but it wasn't our reserves. Because it was restricted, because it's grant funding.
So again, that's where when I think cash reserves, I think of reserves as speaking of the 10-year plan, the measurement around the requirement of the 10-year plan, which is effectively your projected cash at the end of the year.
Right.
So it wouldn't be included in that because our 10-year plan tries to remove those things.
Right.
The goal behind the new fund was to make it easier for somebody to see the difference between those two funds so that they weren't piled on top of each other inside of one fund.
Well, the issue, you haven't been giving us a proof of cash, so we haven't even seen that fund for the last 2 years. And in the reporting that you've been doing, there wasn't the separation of reporting. There is a separation of those funds. You just weren't reporting the difference. You would give one whole number or not the other number. And so there was some confusion as to the accuracy of what was the 10-year reserve number as opposed to just the general fund cash balance, which included grant funding. So I think accurate would be the word that you would use here, not easier, because that's really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for accuracy to understand what is our
All of the
reserve
financial
balance.
information included in these reports is accurate.
That's not what I asked.
I think you asked what he
He
meant.
used the word easier. I want to know what you mean by easier.
It sounded like
clearly
he
explained
explained,
that,
it sounded like
Accurate?
he said easier to digest and understand, clear and transparent.
It's not easier.
Those are the words I heard.
It's not easier. I just want accurate. I don't actually want easy. You also say that the general fund is larger and property tax revenues are higher than ever before. If we projected 4.5 and you're thinking it's going to be 4.4, what does that mean? Does the general fund is larger than ever? Does that mean like our expenses are larger than ever?
When you say 4.5, 4.4, what numbers are you referring to?
Property taxes.
Property taxes, 4.5, 4.4.
You include in the reserves, when you're telling us that our reserves are negative 3.3, you are including some information about property tax returns, which I'm not sure
I'm
why.
trying to explain why we burn cash through the first 6 months of the year because we do not collect any property tax, largely do not collect any property tax until January. And then we collect 16 million.
Right, but you're saying that it's larger than ever. Do you know what you had January of last year?
For
property
tax, it would have been, 3% less than what we're forecasting.
It was
4%.
16.74. So you're telling us we're going to make 16 million in January for property tax, but last January 25, it was 16.74. So are we making less or are we making more?
We're not going to make less. It's,
I think that's, what is your question?
yeah, there's not.
When you put this into this report, that this is supposed to save us from our reserves being below 10%, I'm not even sure why that information is in there.
I'm not suggesting that it's supposed to save us. I'm suggesting that that is our large revenue source, approximately 16 million.
Do you normally put that into the reserve section when you're trying to report to us what's in our reserves?
Yes, I've explained to council, we're expecting a large revenue because usually we don't know what that revenue is going to be until we get it. We have a reasonable estimation right now from the assessor's office, but we actually don't know what it's going to be. So oftentimes, because it is such a large revenue to the general fund, we do talk about that revenue in our reports, and I think it helps contextualize the V pattern of cash that we were discussing earlier.
I would love to see a Q1 report that references property tax from January. I'd love to see that. I have not found that in any of the Q1 reports that I have from you. Moving on to the actuaries. So we need to add into the 10-year plan, which you did not recommend we do, but this is an increase of 4.2 million to our general plan.
Can I clarify that a little bit? I'm suggesting we normally don't do that with our first quarter update. We would do it with our mid-year in February. But I want council to be aware that there's a new pressure that we just learned about in August, and I want to be transparent with council that there is a new expenditure that will be hitting us in fiscal year 2027 that's increasing pressure on the general fund. I think it's important, given all of the context around this report and the fiscal health, that council is aware of that in advance of the normal timeline when we would discuss that. And
I would suggest that we change that immediately, especially if we want to have a real clear understanding of what our 10-year
to me,
health
that's
of our
part
plan
of the
is.
workshop process. Is
I would say
including
that
number.
should be part of your report. So
All right, so turning to the actual reports, under section 2, it doesn't have a page number, but it's that first number. I was looking through, when I saw that you had an amended budget, it's the actual revenue compared to total budget forecast, City of Reading General Fund, September 2025. You have an amended budget. So I was looking through this because there is no adopted budget for me to compare. So I went back to look to see where there's a difference. And it looks like you have added 8.5 million into fund transfers
That's because
from.
we transferred over 8.5 million related to gas tax, and if we spend all that, we will receive transfer for that money. So it's in order to make sure that our expenditure reports make sense relative to our revenue reports, because when we carry over gas tax or streets funding, it will be funded through gas tax transfers. So it's important for council to understand that there's an $8.5 million carryover of streets money that has an associated transfer that we will receive from gas tax.
It's a carryover.
But there's an associated revenue to that carryover in the form of a transfer from the gas tax fund.
So that's coming into our revenues.
Yes, because we will, let's assume that streets is able to expend the full.
But how is it a carryover
Can I
and a
finish
revenue?
my thought real quick?
Yeah.
So when we do a carryover for streets funds, their budget, let's just say, goes from about 12 million to 20 million. The reality is, if they spend all of that within the current fiscal year, we will now receive $20 million of transfers from the gas tax fund, which is a separate fund that we will now receive a transfer from. So it's a carryover in both expenses and revenues. I would think of it more of like a re-budgeting effort, because you know that you're going to receive both of those things as part of your next year expenditure.
Where did that come from?
From the unspent money from last year, I'm sure Director Webb could talk to you about some of the projects that they're working on, but they had about $8.5 million of unspent gas tax money at the end of fiscal year 2025 that will be spent in fiscal year 2026.
Did any of the other carryovers get added as revenue?
The other carryovers do not have an associated revenue to them, so I would not add a revenue in.
How do they not have an associated revenue?
Because
if it's
most all of them already have a balance within the general fund that we intend to spend.
What does that mean?
That means that in the case of, again, I'll try to explain this for clarity again. In the case of streets, we know if they spend the carryover money that's sitting in their reserve in the separate fund called, there's two of them, but ostensibly we'll call them the gas tax funds, that by spending that money, we can now transfer it to the general fund.
So they've spent the 8 million.
They have not spent the 8 million.
So then why is it getting transferred? It seems like if it's already there in that fund, it seems like you're double dipping it.
We're not double dipping it. But the money is expended from the general fund, and once we expend it from the general fund, we have the authority to transfer it from the gas tax fund as appropriate.
But you haven't expended it yet.
We haven't expended it, but in our budget, we carried over an expenditure that will have an associated increased revenue
When you spend it.
when we spend it.
So then why is it in here as a revenue?
Because we put an expenditure in on the budget side, and I think it's important, if there is an associated revenue, that we associate that revenue from a budget perspective, because otherwise it would artificially make it look like we're spending $8 million of
Did we just
reserves.
get 8 million? Or we had it?
We have it. It's
We've
sitting
had
in
it.
the gas tax fund, though. It's not in the
Right,
general
it's in the
fund.
gas tax fund, but you're adding it now to the revenue, but you haven't spent it. That seemed very. Well, but he just said we add it when you spend it. So it's been sitting in that fund and now I it's. feel like you're asking the same exact question Well, I don't really understand. It seems like double dipping, so.
It's absolutely not double dipping. There's going to be an increased expenditure in the general fund that will have an increased revenue.
And if you say you do it when you expend it, you haven't expended it, I'm not sure why we're putting
Because we're
spending. We haven't
budgeting a
expended
new
it.
expenditure.
Huh?
We're adding to the budget for $8.5 million that will have an associated revenue, so we're showing the associated revenue.
Okay, but none of the other carryovers have that.
Because the other carryovers do not have an associated revenue.
How do we pay for it then?
What's that?
How are we paying for it?
Some of the
Director Webb
carryovers,
has some
i.e., there's about
influence to
$2 million of ARPA carryovers, so we have that cash sitting in our reserves that will then be expended.
Mr. Webb, do you want to
ARPA
talk?
Wait, is the ARPA funds been moved over? Because those would have been in grants.
The ARPA funds, since
Come on up,
we were-
Michael.
since we were still in the AS400 when we began the ARPA process, it's always lived within the general fund, and we've always used our general fund reserves
So the money that's in, so the ARPA funding for our police officers is in the general fund right now?
Yes, it has been since the day council approved it.
So it's not, okay. And then why exactly, if we have a grant account, are there federal grants and other grant operating in this revenue report?
Because in this transition, things that were already living within the general fund, I didn't want to move them over because it makes it confusing for departments to change the way they're accounting for those activities. So we're phasing them over as we get new grants since the implementation of the new system. So use the SAFER grant as an example. That one
Yeah.
started, and ARPA is a good example. Both of those started during when we were in the AS 400, when we only had the general fund, as I was describing earlier. Had those started today, they would be in the grants fund. But since they started in the general fund, I didn't want to move them because it could make it confusing for accounting.
So this federal grant operating of 2 million, is that the SAFER grant?
That's the SAFER grant.
That's the
Yep.
SAFER grant. So it's there because it's reimbursing us.
We expected to reimburse us about $2 million.
But this is the 25-26 budget. So why
Yeah,
is
we still
it-
have SAFER grant positions that are being funded in
These
FY
are new
26.
ones. This is
They're
not
the
the
same
reimbursement.
positions. They're
But
just
this is not the
on-
reimbursement amount? This is a different amount? This
That's
is a new
the
one?
amount expected for the current year's expenditures. The other amount through the end of last fiscal year is about $2.1 million.
That's different.
That's different,
That's
but
a
we
different
expect to receive it. It's
Okay.
the same grant, it's just a different time period of expenditure.
But this line item is not for that.
It's the same grant. It's just
But
that's
it's not for the reimbursement.
No, that's for the current year.
And it won't go in the grant.
It'll all come into the general fund,
Okay. Always?
just for the
So
SAFER grant.
certain grants are gonna come into the general
No,
fund.
as we move into the future, all grants will be in the separate fund. But
You're
the
gonna
ones
phase
that
all these out.
predate, the ones that predate the new system, which was 7/1/2023, will continue to be accounted for within the general fund until they run out. And then any new grant from July 1st, 2023 will be placed in the new fund.
Okay. I would make a motion. I just want to say, I find it insane for you to say that we started the year with our reserves not at 10%, because I argued that all throughout the budget workshops, that what we were doing made no sense, that we overinflated our revenues between $4 and $6 million, that the expenditures, we cut grant-funded positions, and we added back 6 positions. So of course, we were gonna have, our expenditures were gonna be higher than what they were saying. And I find it insane that you're like, now all of a sudden we have a problem. This budget has been inaccurate from the start. So I'm really glad that everybody has caught up that this budget is inaccurate and we are not in any way, shape, or form balanced because the revenues were inflated. So I would make the motion that we do not accept this report, that you come back to us with recommendations to modify those 8 categories of revenues, that they are either flat from last year or that you can justify why they wouldn't be flat from last year, so that we have a correct and accurate assessment of how much money we really think is coming in. If you have that one-time money, that can obviously be added to what this budget is, but we need a really clear understanding of where our money is. As far as setting priorities, you first have to know how much money you actually have to pay the bills that we currently have before we can say, well, we only have this much money, so this is how much cutting we're gonna actually need to do. So I would say, I will make the motion to reject this. You should come back with revenue adjustments. I would say that the personnel level reduction scenarios could be a part of that, whether it's 2018 or 2020. As long as it's before 2020, I think that that's reasonable. I'd also like a worksheet of this separate grant account so that I can actually see what grants are in it, what grants are not in it, where those grants are supposed to go into which departments, so that we do have a clear understanding of what's being funded with some of these positions. The fact that this didn't actually tell us to change the 10-year plan, because the 10-year plan is not, all those transfers in is not changed in the 10-year plan. So it's changed in this workshop, but the 10-year plan transfers were not altered on the 10-year.
To clarify, we wouldn't alter the 10-year plan for those transfers ever in the history because it's a like one-for-one expenditure. So we don't We don't, I've said this a couple times, but we don't amend the general fund for every carryover. We amend the general fund 10-year plan for actions done by council. So if there was a budget resolution tonight that was increasing expenditures, we would amend the 10-year plan for that. But we wouldn't necessarily amend the 10-year plan for every carryover item or every change to the budget. I'll give you another example of some of the things that are actually included in that number are transfers from rolling stock. That's a staff, or a council policy that gives us that authorization. We see an increased budgeted revenue for transfer. It obviously wouldn't be $8 million, but there would be a number in there that would increase transfers for rolling stock that we wouldn't amend the 10-year plan for. So there's a number of items. We don't amend the 10-year plan for every single item that changes budgetarily. We amend it for the macro items that actually have an impact on the 10-year plan, and those are typically items approved by this board.
Again, so I think that, anyway, I don't think we should accept this. I think we should reject this, as it says in alternative action. And he should come back with the alterations to the 10-year, so we actually have a clear understanding of how much money we actually intend to receive, so that we can have this priority setting and all of these other things where we start talking about cuts and cuts to staffing, cuts to all of the priority setting that they're talking about. But if we don't actually know how much money we have bringing in, and when 8 of 12, that's like, what is that, 67%, is inaccurate, and we're underperforming, I think we need to do that first.
Michael Latta?
I mean, a question, I mean, whether we accept the report or reject it, it doesn't change the numbers.
No,
so-
the numbers won't change.
They need to change.
They're accurate.
I mean, the
They're
numbers
not
are,
accurate.
the numbers over the prior numbers, the past numbers,
the
correct?
prior numbers are the past. My thought process is what Councilmember Adet is requesting would be one of the first items of a workshop process is to discuss our revenues and where council wants them to land. This is, I kind of prefaced my presentation with what our quarterly update is. It's meant to be kind of an update to council. I've never seen where we amend our 10-year plan as part of it. I'm not saying we can't, I'm not saying we shouldn't.
Have you ever seen a budget workshop go through where you guys are
Can you let Mike
denying
talk?
reality? I mean, this
Samantha,
is,
let
no,
Mike talk.
no,
It's his turn.
no, I can talk if I want to talk.
No, you can't.
I just did. I
Mike-
just did.
Mike, it's your turn.
Behave.
Good grief.
Yeah, I just got questions, so.
Go for it.
So the FEMA funds, that's about what was it, two and a half million?
2.5 million through September.
Right.
That they owe us through the end of June, 2025, it would have been about 2.1 million that we were owed.
Right, so that, I mean, it does help shore up things. I haven't been here for 4 years, 6 years, 8 years. Is that a thing that typically happens every year where we have such a big expense like that from disasters or something like that to where we're waiting on money to come back? Is that happening every single year?
No,
or is this a-
typically we would have that grant billing done on a more regular basis. There's been some changes in the process with FEMA and our federal grants in general. We used to have a lot of what they call UEI numbers. They're basically grant identification numbers. The city used to have 4 or 5 of them. We in finance always had a goal of trying to consolidate to the best of our ability. Well, it was forced upon us by the federal government. And when we applied for that grant, an old UEI number was used as they required us to consolidate. We're having to update it in their system, and it's causing delays in getting that number updated. Last time we talked to them, it's a tier 3 ticket with FEMA. What that means, or they've been shut down. They were shut down for 43 days or whatever. So I'm expecting it to take a little extra time because of that. And we've been waiting for, I think Fire's been working on it for 5 or 6 months with them.
Yeah. The Rancheria deposits, that's coming, or we've had that?
We spoke with them earlier this week. We expect that we will receive it by the end of the week.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the optics of moving the money from the Rancheria or Stillwater. I mean, the reality is it just makes us look better on paper, but it doesn't really deal with the realities of we're going to have to make some adjustments and really think things. So, I mean, moving the money just makes us look better, but we have challenges ahead of us that we certainly need to look at. I've heard some common themes that I share with everyone here, but when I think about staffing, I've heard the words hiring freeze. Whether we have to take formal action, I'm sure there's some internal things talking about, not hiring right now, but one thing we've talked about in the past, I remember prior meetings, was we would keep an eye on our vacancies, and I don't think it'd be a bad idea that if we have some vacancies, that maybe there's some discussion with council whether we proceed forward and hire those vacancies and talk about the need of like why we really need to hire certain positions that impact our general fund as we're watching cash. But I don't think that's a bad idea to look at a hiring freeze within our count that impacts general funds. But I definitely do think we need to do some budget workshops. We've heard a theme that it's a great idea for all our departments to have forward thinking, to come back with new vision, ideas, reset that budget back to maybe 2018 or 2020 levels. And we just get a little bit more skinny. We just have some real challenges ahead of us. And we've heard that even before, before I took office, that they said the budget is going to be the most difficult cycle that we'll have over the next couple of years. Are you sure you really want to do this? And we do have challenges. I don't think you can control the sales tax and the property tax that came in. You give us reports from other departments that give us some guesses on that, but it stinks that sales tax continues to slide, and I think we're going to have that pressure for a while. And over time, that someday will come back, and that will be. I look forward to those days when sales tax does rebound, but it's unknown when it ever will. And I think it's whether we talk about taking our sales tax revenues back down to 0%, it's not a bad idea for us to get even more further backwards, so we even get further ahead of this stuff as we just continue to get more reports that are going to come out. But I definitely do think that some budget workshops, hearing from each department on ideas and some certain cuts they can look at, are definitely something we need to consider. So, that's just my thought. So,
Are you making a motion?
Is that a second to my motion?
I agree with everything
You're
you
going
said.
to accept this
so.
report? You are arguing whether or not this report is accurate, and I am saying
No, I'm not
this
arguing
report.
if it's accurate. I'm not. I'm saying you should reject this report. That he should redo this report. We should have altered the 10-year plan. There should have been action taken.
I would love to know what
You're gonna go
number.
further in the hole.
What?
Go ahead.
I'm suggesting we go all the way back to 2018. I'm
Agreed.
also the person who suggested the most conservative sales tax assumption that we have had in the last 16 years.
But it wasn't
If anybody else
Yes, I
up
said
here would
0.
like to make, you said 0, except for he said we're down 10% if we take what our assumption is and then what it's actually coming in.
Yes, but
So 0's not enough. That's not a steep enough cut to what it is. We knew that we were
There
going
are
to have
8
to
of
be.
12, so 8 of them have to be changed. So it's
I am
not
saying
just going to be sales tax.
You don't want to accept this report because you think that it's inaccurate. I don't think it's
No, I
inaccurate.
didn't say
think that
that.
what it's requiring of
didn't say
us
that.
is that you did say, you said
I
you
did
should
not say that.
reject this report because it's
Because
inaccurate.
it needs to be changed, because the tenure needs to be changed. So I'm not going to accept this report because the tenure should have been changed. He should have made recommendations to make alterations, and it should go back to him, and he should bring it back with us
He
with the
made a recommendation,
modifications.
which was budget workshop. I made a recommendation
No,
of how
this
far it should go
report
back.
recommends not to change any of these numbers. That's what the recommendation is. Don't change them. Don't change property tax, don't change sales tax, don't change it. It says it all throughout the report, don't change it. So I'm rejecting the idea that we're not going to change it. It
That's
should go
not
back.
I understand now what the question is and the comment that you are making. I asked you're gonna have to come forward because I asked you this question earlier today or yesterday I called and asked this exact question, and I said, in a quarterly report, you typically say we're not suggesting to make any changes. Correct me if I am wrong. I said, why does the quarterly report, if we need to have, if it's not good, if the situation we're in is not good, why would the quarterly report not say, make big changes right this second? Can you explain what you said to me?
I
Because
think
that's
there's-
essentially what you're saying, right?
think-
You're like, if
100%,
it's-
yes,
I
100%.
think there's two big reasons. One, we don't typically do that with a quarterly report. Second, I need council or the city manager to tell me what they would want those revenue assumptions to be. So at the end of the day, I don't have that direction from city council. My recommendation, usually at mid-year, we would do something like that. Part of that, I think there's a third reason here, is because typically you have reserve levels that allow you to be more steady-handed and see 3 months more worth of data before we get to mid-year to determine whether what we're seeing is the full trend or whether maybe there's something else underlying those numbers that could be better or worse. And so typically we have reserve levels that would allow us to be more steady-handed. I think the moment and the fact that it went down 10% relative to projections, 7% year over year, means that that is a substantive revenue loss that council needs to talk about holistically with their entire budget. Because to Councilmember Audette's point, if all we do is change the sales tax assumption, it'll look like we may as well close up shop if you're not going to do anything else. And so I don't believe it's wise to just change sales tax assumptions to make the 10-year plan look bad when there's clearly going to be actions done by this body to correct that problem.
How I understand it is that in the quarterly, which is why I think that you have said twice now that you started with the intention of the quarterly report is to report to you the numbers. It does not, because I asked this question yesterday, I was like, that doesn't make any sense to me. If we're coming in under budget, why does it not suggest making an assumption? And he said, because it is staff's job to make adjustments based on the direction of council, and without knowing exactly what changes we're going to make or agree to, he is suggesting that we have a budget workshop to decide what numbers or levels or percentages that we are willing to do. And his suggestion, well, my request was 2018 and then build back from there.
So I just want to say that the alternative action that is stated on this thing is we could reject the quarterly financial report and request additional information, which then would allow him to make the changes that we're going to make, not in 3 months.
But I don't want those changes made in 3 months. I believe.
Okay, so my point, this is my point.
The
The mechanism by which we would do that is that this goes back and he has to come back with all those changes that we're talking about and the suggestions or the conversations that we're talking about so that this can be adjusted.
Do you have a problem with the quarterly report or do you have a problem with the budget?
It's the same thing. The
Those are
report is
not the
about
same
the
thing.
budget.
Those are not the same things. This is actually really similar to the last item when I got heated. When I got heated with Danuka and I said that the thing in which that we were doing was accepting the report. That is what we are doing, is accepting the report.
Well, this says
And
that
it's totally true.
Are you accepting?
That I got heated. I'm like, the point of this is to accept what they're presenting. This is to accept a report.
Are you accepting?
I believe that because of.
I'll let him comment and then.
Because of the, well, for so many things, but this 10-year report, when I talk about inaccuracies, it's the fact that he just said we didn't start with a 10% reserve. We're not going to be able to hit this as a 10% reserve. This 10-year plan is now, I'm using the word inaccurate because it's not going to end at 11.5. That's not what our ending cash is going to be. We know that based on the information that's in here. So I would prefer that this item comes back to us quickly and we start to discuss whether that's for whatever, to get this to a place where I will approve that this is what I think that the 10-year plan should be in Q1.
This is
not the place to do that.
is the general fund quarterly financial report.
Yep.
That we are just
What would be
accepting
the
the
mechanism?
report.
What would be the
and
mechanism
then I'm
by
giving a
which we
secondary
bring
motion.
back? Because the fact is that we just spent 6 months doing budget workshops where I raised all of these issues and I told you guys that this was coming and I told you that this was happening and you all said, you're crazy, you don't need actuals, you don't need any of this. No. I'm gonna go to 2% as if 2% was gonna do it.
You could
It
have
was
made an
$4 million
alternate motion.
over.
You could have made an alternate motion.
I did.
of
I made
zero.
many motions.
No, you did not
Yes.
make an alternate motion
Are
of
you-
zero. You did not make an alternate motion of -2.
I
or
said
5.
all of the revenues were inaccurate.
Saying
All of them
something
were
is inaccurate versus making a motion and a decision, poking holes, and attempting to have a
Incorrect.
gotcha moment with staff when he can't remember what one
How can you
number.
got you if you're going through numbers? What's the gotcha? What is the gotcha? This is inaccurate. We should not be increasing revenues by $3 to $4 million.
I'm going to make
year over year.
a motion that we accept staff report in addition to I'm going to add to my previous motion that we accept staff quarterly report.
What was your previous motion?
It's the same thing.
It is not the same thing. I'll separate those motions. I'm going to make a motion to accept staff report.
All right. I second. All in favor?
Can I legally do that and
Yes.
keep it as this, or do you need me
Well,
to
I'm
bring it back as
No.
item 12?
You can do this piecemeal. If you want to come back, strictly speaking, the item 12 discussion about putting something on a future agenda, you can have that conversation for Brown Act purposes at any point. It's really just a question of keeping the meeting going orderly, so that's the mayor's discretion.
So
Why
just,
would
let me just, everybody has spoken. Can I say one thing?
Yes.
I think there's a conversation, there's a communication gap here. You are saying that you want to change the projections, and I think everyone agrees with that.
Yeah.
And that has to be done. What she's saying is that the report, what he's presenting is about the numbers, that this is the amount of revenue which we have collected. So what I think will solve the communication gap is very easy. Your motion to accept the report can be amended that we bring with extra instruction to the staff to bring the budget workshop with suggestions and options of how to change the future projections, including this year and next 10 years.
Do that in item 12, won't we?
No, this is,
No, we can do it. He said we can do it.
so I'm just saying
By
that,
what?
so,
By what mechanism do we have the discretion to add a meeting to this item?
So you always have the discretion to go ahead and discuss bringing an item back for a future meeting.
It doesn't have to be during an item 12?
No, that's for the purposes of convenience. You have historically done it as part of item 12.
I don't mind doing it as item 12.
yeah, so no, it's not necessary item 12 right now. This is, simple thing is, we are amending the motion to accept the meeting, this report, and ask, just suggesting the amendment. In addition, asking for the budget workshop to bring back several options how to balance the budget.
No,
are you
I have
saying
some
you-
more,
Projections.
I have some more
Okay, you can go ahead.
specifics
Go
in
ahead.
there,
Go
but.
ahead.
I'd like to
named
add
them before.
specifics too, because what I hear you saying is that we don't need a mechanism. The quarterly report does not have to be the mechanism by which we bring back and change the 10-year plan, because I want the 10-year plan changed.
Right, as I
So
understand
I
it.
don't need this to do that.
No, if you want an item to change the 10-year plan, it doesn't have to be in
It
connection
doesn't
with
have
the
to be involved with this.
Correct.
Okay, I believe it.
And I'll
I
just,
believe
I'll
it.
separate it and bring it back as item 12 so that it's completely.
No, he said you can do it now.
No,
I think it's
Okay.
fine to
yeah,
do it
because
now.
that delays the process. If we have the
Because I want the
mechanism to do it.
10-year plan changed, and if we don't need this to change the 10-year, then I'm fine
Yeah,
with that.
that's what I'm saying. Just accept it and ask them to change. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Do you understand what the motion is?
No.
The motion is to accept the report of the general fund quarterly financial report for the quarter ended September 30th, 2025, and a request for staff to bring back, starting in my ideal timeframe, December, what is that, 16th, 18th?
So I
Whatever
think
that-
the 18th is what we're
Okay,
proposing.
18th. The first of however many we need to have of budget workshops. I would like the general fund rolled back to a 2018 baseline so that council can decide priorities, evaluate assets, closures, salary cuts, and that everything is on the table. And then council to build back what it is we want to put in there with those assumptions.
Can I ask a clarifying?
Yes.
Baseline of what? Everything?
Of what, yep.
Pay,
Everything that we can touch, we
Services,
can't touch any MOUs that are not in UNREP, but I am just saying as a base.
Well, I should also,
No, you can, go ahead.
you may have expenses that have increased that are beyond your control.
that would be part of the rollback in my mind, is
Yeah, I would-
identifying the expenses that, let's use SHASCOM as an example. We have a contract with SHASCOM that's changed substantially since 2018. We won't have any mechanism to roll that back any further, right? So it'll be a great deal of work to go through and determine what levers we actually can pull. To your question about, all we can do is roll the do a hypothetical of rolling staffing level back to 2018. We can't arbitrarily cut their pay back to 2018 levels. That we can't do that. So it would have to be at current pay levels with staffing levels from 2018.
It's confusing. Why don't we just, go ahead.
I think that it sounds like that they understand
Well-
where it was and why. Go ahead.
Yeah, the one thing that I think, as far as an order is, and you can tell me if you disagree with this or not, but as an order, I think we need to accurately assess, like priority-wise, how much money we actually have coming in. Like, what is it, the budget that we're actually going to be able to anticipate to receive, so that then from there, everything else will flow.
But I don't think you can predict where it is the bottom is going to be, is
Well, I think
essentially,
we can
is
get
essentially
closer.
my.
I think we can get a lot closer to what this budget is.
I
Because
know, but
this,
if we
think, is
assume,
definitely
if we
wrong.
assume, the reason why I said that is because I think that it's the 2018 aspect is because I think that it is very important for council to weigh in on each of those aspects that have changed since 2018. And because of what that percentage was that we are under. That's why it is that I suggested that. I asked if that was a viable thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, what I have been asking for months now is an accurate assessment of what we're actually working with our revenues for our budget.
So if I may, this council is the one that sets the assumption as to what your revenues are going to be based on your tax performance. I would suggest if you want to revisit that, certainly it sounds like you can and you will, but what may be useful is if you're a little bit clear as to what information would be helpful to you in coming back for you to be able to make the best assumption that you can.
Well, I would say, because I didn't get any of those actual numbers when I was asking for them during the budget workshops, now we have them. So I think those would be very valuable, that we actually have actuals for 2020.
Can I ask, is that actual in terms of expenditures or actual in terms of tax revenues?
Both.
Okay.
As I never got actuals for revenues until we got the budget book, which was 7 days before we voted.
Are you amenable to the thing in which that I propose?
My
Or
only-
could we take a vote?
My only thing is that I think that we need to go over the budget, the current budget first to do revenues before we start talking about cutting, because we don't know how much we need to cut. And even if you want to talk about 2018 or 2020 rollbacks, there's caveats within that. So I think we should know what's in our accounts.
I don't think that we have time to litigate our current budget. That's my reality. I don't think we have time to litigate and to keep moving the goalpost on what the current budget is. The current budget is not going to meet our needs moving forward.
But you
with
don't want to know by
these-
how much?
Yeah, so let them bring that and let them bring several different options of
She's
how to
not-
model
That's
it.
not in her motion.
She will, that's what it is, that budget
No,
workshop.
it's not. She wants to go back to 2018 spending.
but
That's a
budget-
spending part. I'm talking about the revenue part.
But so in my mind, when I hear that, to your point, Councilmember Haddad, I think it's part of what Councilmember Resner's saying, maybe not saying it explicitly, but I think the workshop would begin with our revenues. I do think Mr. Curtis has a good question of, do we want to talk about every single revenue? Because that literally could be a workshop in and of itself. It might be worth discussing with
Yes.
council. Do we want to talk about every revenue? Or how does council want to approach that? I do think no matter what level of detail we want, council would support or like to see in terms of the line item level detail, it starts with revenues. I think that's the point you're making. I think Councilmember Resner intuitively understands that we're going to have to make some changes to the revenues. So I think it has to start with that. I don't disagree with you on that front.
Yeah, you're saying the same thing, it's
But I
just
do
We're
want
not-
to know.
We are
translation.
not saying the same thing,
I do-
but
I-
he's just.
I think it'd be helpful if council could give us some indication. We can certainly talk about every revenue if council, as we're doing it, says not interested, like we're good, like let's move on, that's fine. But we could give every single revenue by department, that's up to council if they want to talk about every single revenue line. Certainly, some of the revenues beyond just the major tax revenues are going to naturally be discussed because part of the rolling the budget back to 2018 is, let's just use RPD as an example, they may have found funding sources for some officers in the case of school resource officers or things of that nature that we need to explain to council, hey, we're not going to remove this position because it now has a funding mechanism attached to it.
Well, yes, and because property taxes were $23 million in 2018. And 2019 and 2020, it went up to 25. And then from then on, it was 30, then 32, then 30, 30, 30. So like the sales tax has changed. Property tax has gone up because of Prop 19 that started in 2020. So now that's going up. So obviously like revenues are different and there's different reasons for that. So I can't go back to 2018 revenue and go from there. So I think we have to start at revenue. And I do want to go through all of them. And if we, you know, we have actual revenue numbers now. We have the actuals for 25, for 24, you know, we have all of that. So I think we have a better case to be made of what history actually looks like to make better assessments for what those projections should be.
Okay, so question, we talked about hiring freeze, or are we able to build something like that into the motion, or is that something that has to come back as a line item 12 if we want?
I think that you bring all of those things back. I requested the December 16, December 8, whatever meeting that is, specifically because we do not have time. We have certain things like the Civic. We have certain things like Big League Dreams, and we need to decide what it is that we're doing and what we're willing to cut or close or shutter or any of those sort of things, or who to lay off. Don't look at me like this isn't a serious situation.
Well, the Big League Dreams is not going to close. It's under budget right now, so I don't know why is that even a discussion? And are you guys closing in January? Are you shuttering in January?
Is that a rhetorical question? When they came up and presented and they asked for that money.
Are you shuttering in January? Because it wouldn't shutter, we'd go to RFP.
I'm just saying
Not
we
even the
don't
first
have,
step that happens.
I don't know that there is time in which to send that. I'm not saying no to an RFP. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, I don't know that we have send out to RFP. It would have to be closed and maintained during that gap.
Are you closing?
We have not finalized a date, but we are looking at the end of January, yes.
Have you renegotiated with the Parks Department?
We have had one meeting, we have another meeting tomorrow, and we have a third meeting scheduled for the first week of December.
Okay, and where's Travis? When you were up here before, you said that if it did go to RFP, we'd probably have to pay the vendor to run it. So that offer should be also negotiated with them as well.
I think we need to speak from the microphone, sorry.
I'm not saying no to that deal. I'm just saying those are conversations that we need to have in those budget
That's fine,
workshops.
but I
Is
mean,
that $1.5 million, are we willing to take that from somewhere else in the general fund and
Well,
to
you'd have to
float
know
the
exactly
civic?
what you have. So we have to know
That,
how much
you
money
and
we
I
have.
are on the same page in terms of what the things in which we want presented and discussed, and I believe actually potentially cut. I think that we're actually all far more in alignment than we are not.
But is your motion including that we're going to go over revenues first to make adjustments? So we have a clear picture of what our revenues are. So we know the budget that we're actually going and then spending
I'm just
and
asking
cutting.
staff to bring it back in the order that they think would be most beneficial so that we can pull levers the quickest.
And revenue, of course, is one of our first items that we would look
Okay.
at. We have to
Alright.
analyze the revenue, see what projections or assumptions we can
I
actually
made the
consider.
motion, I
Alright.
just need a second.
I seconded it already.
Okay,
Alright.
then you can call for a vote,
All
actually. You
all
could have
in
ended
favor?
that so much sooner.
I did.
Aye.
And then you guys started arguing again.
We're just chatting.
Yeah, we're just chatting.
If this is
All right.
chatting, what does fighting look like?
All right, are we all in favor? Yes?
Yeah, well,
Alright.
I was already voted for on that
Passes.
at the beginning.
Somebody gave me.
Are we done?
5-0.
Are we done?
Travel.
5-0.
Wait, did we
Wow.
vote? What? I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes. All right. Travel report.
We're not gonna do
No.
that one. So.
We went to.
Anything 12? Anybody got an item 12?
I do have one thing to suggest, so sorry. And I know we're, okay. I wanted to see if there's interest in the council to discuss the sports park in the future. I mean, we don't have a plan for turf replacement in the future, then it may be appropriate that at some point we talk about a closed date for the park in the future without a turf replacement plan. you know, we've had some things discussed about.
Well, I had somebody who was willing to do it.
Well, and that discussion
yes.
may include potential RFP, maybe a Labor Day a closure without a turf replacement plan, but I'm getting wind in the community that there might be some interest to look at that, and I think everything's on the table in my mind, but I think it's really important. The sales tax measure failed. It's time that I think we might need to go on the clock and bring it back for
Is
discussion.
your item 12 included in the workshop?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Would that be part of the budget workshop? Or?
Yeah, and when I talk about facilities,
so.
that is the sports park and civic. and
Yeah, everything that was a
are all
4-1 vote,
considered.
we should be discussing again.
Yeah.
Just quick thing, I've been waiting for two things, two updates, formal updates, not for item 12, but on agendized. One is the financial committee formation,
Correct.
and second was the update on the parolees
Yes.
being shipped to our area. So could you please make sure you agendize those two items next meeting?
Yes, I'll bring a update of some sort with all of these items.
Okay,
We
just
have
an update at
Limited
least.
staff and a lot of things coming at
Well,
us.
we
but
need to have
we
this
will-
independent committee. We've been talking about
That's
this
what I'm saying,
now
next-
for 2 months.
So I want to make sure
Yes,
those
and
guys
that's
are
not a problem.
agendized next
Okay.
time.
All right.
We will have some options and we'll
Please.
have an update. We will.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
That was your last meeting, Jack?